Hello everyone, my name is Helen O'Malley. I'm the curator of the community program here at Tate Modern. And I'm delighted to welcome today Richard Bell and Richard Bell's Embassy. Richard once described himself as an activist masquerading as an artist, which has really stuck with me over the last few weeks. He is a descendant of the Kamilaroi, Kuma, Jiman, and Garang peoples. And in the 1980s, he worked for the Aboriginal Legal Service in New South Wales before becoming a full-time artist and co-founding the Campfire Group and later proppaNOW. He grew out of a generation of Aboriginal activists, one of whom we're delighted to be joined by today, Euahlayi Elder and Ceremonial Elder, Ghillar Michael Anderson. Thank you so much for being here. Richard has remained throughout his career committed to the politics of Aboriginal emancipation and self-determination. And before I hand over to him to say a few words about the history of Embassy, how it came into existence, and what his hopes are for this presentation of the work, I just want to say a huge, huge thank you. We are incredibly privileged to be presenting the work at Tate Modern. So with no further ado, over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. I'll just talk about how this started. It was quite simple, actually. In around 2009, 10, 11, 12, young Aboriginal people all around Australia were setting up tent embassies and protesting about the issues that were concerning them. That and this happened not just in the big cities; it happened in the small country towns, and I noticed this phenomenon happening. A lot of the youngsters involved in it were the children of of my friends, who we'd been doing the same sort of thing much earlier, and it just got me thinking about the tent embassy from 1972, where Aboriginal people, including this fellow here, four of them, went down to the national capital and hoped to set up a tent embassy, which was a bit of an anomaly because Australia is our country. We shouldn't really have to have an embassy, but our people felt that we did have to have an embassy, and Michael was one of four young men sent down to Canberra to establish that first tent embassy. And I decided that I would do a tribute to not just the original tent embassy, but also a tribute to the young people who continue on the fight that we had. That's why we're here today. Oh, well, lots of people like it. I think that's why it's here now. Okay. Ghillar, you want to talk about maybe? See, this is an historic moment. We're here in the heart of the beast. The beast being the British Empire, and we have an opportunity here to say some things. But I think it's important that you tell us who else was there, because we need to historicise these people. They need to be part of the history of Australia, and this has not happened so far. So if we can start that process, that'd be great, brother.
Hello. Good. Okay. Thank you.
It's really powerful.
Everyone calls me Ghillar. I got that name from my grandfather on my birth day in a place called Euahlayi Elder. 9 kilometres north of the township, northeast from the township, there's 2 massacre sites. And there was a man called Con Bride who went out there in 1840. And this man decided that he liked the country because there's plenty of water and river. And he in an interview in 1889, they said, do you have any regrets coming out into the West? And he admitted that, yes, my regret is that I killed the people who belong here. And we know where they're all dead, because their bones are still scattered in the grounds where the cattle and sheep have walked all over them. And there were 4 survivors from 4 different clan groups. one of which was my four-generation grandmother passed. And she lived to tell the story of what happened. And these things stayed with me because I was hearing the story, and every time we went past the area, the old people would say, that's where they all laying over there, they're all dead, all the old people. And so that sort of stayed in my mind. And when I read the story that this man gave, I thought to myself, well, hang on a minute. Here he is saying that he got sick and tired of seeing spears in the sheep and cattle's rib bones sticking out because the people, they were trampling over sacred grounds and our storage places. And so when I read that, I thought to myself, how is it possible that some foreigner can just come to your land and tell you to get off? You no longer own it anymore. Like, it makes no sense. It just doesn't. It doesn't fit with me. And I still ask myself, how in the world can they set up a legal system to protect that theft? Yeah. So in Australia, we're dealing with, a society of thieves, and they appoint the judges now. They have the parliaments, and they elect themselves to those parliaments. And so they maintain the lie, and they maintain the theft. And so here we are in the belly of the beast here. And I've been here many times investigating what could be done. But the embassy, from me, Richard and I come from a stock of people who were the last who watched the mission stations where we were imprisoned, not for anything that we did wrong, but we were imprisoned just because we were Aborigines. Yeah? And they put it out there because the British told them that they had to protect us from being killed by their colonial occupiers. And they just killed us, just to move us off the land, clearing the land. It was a policy of scorched earth. And in Australia, it's a horrible state of affairs. And people are still suffering from this. So when we got to Sydney, at the end, 1969 is when they took away these mission managers or commandants on these prisons. Aborigines at that time, like our generation, we're just coming through high school, and we just came out of a system of subjugation, and all of a sudden we're realizing, hang on, our old people are fighting for civil rights. And civil rights had nothing to do with land rights, nothing to do with reparations and restitution. Absolutely none of that, because that wasn't in their mind. We just wanted to be part of a society and be accepted. And you might be surprised to know that in 2021, the High Court of Australia, the full bench, drew the conclusion that Aborigines are still to this day neither citizens nor aliens within Australia. And that's a High Court ruling of Australia, February 2021. And so that's a notable, omission when you come to sort of looking at the status of Aborigines within Australia today. And so 1969, we all finished, a lot of us finished high school. We were the first generation to come through the main high school system. Surprisingly enough, we came from all over Australia. There were a lot of us, and we came into Sydney. And then we got together as a collective, not knowing each other. We came from different tribes. We had different priorities. Most of us didn't like each other because we came from different tribes.
That's not true.
But one thing was in common, and that was we had a fight to fight. That's the thing that was in common with us all. And so it was about finding the people who were prepared to take that leadership. And every one of us were pretty reluctant because, we were 18, 19-year-old, not just come out of high school, not knowing what the bloody hell the English were like or the Australians were like. We just knew they were cruel. We knew they relied on their police and their military to control us. And so we had to make a decision. And the decision was, we railroaded the protest they call the anti-Vietnam Wars. And so we got involved with those protests with the students. There were 5,000, 6,000 students on the march at that day. And so we co-opted those students, and we changed the the theme from anti-Vietnam War because they made an announcement that they were going to bring an end to Vietnam. And so we thought, okay, we got a raging lot of young lunatics here just like us. And so let's co-opt them to fight land rights. And so they all got on board with land rights for Aborigines. And then we just changed the whole narrative. And 1972, there was a fellow we called Billy Big Ears, who was Billy McMahon, the Australian Prime Minister. When you looked at him, he looked like a little Volkswagen, you know, with the doors open. He was a horrible little man. And so we anxiously waiting for the 1972 announcement by the Commonwealth government what they were going to do for Aborigines in regards to land. He came out with this absolute crazy policy that we are prepared to lease land to Aborigines. And we said, up you, Jack. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah. And so we had a protest in Sydney on that day, and then we decided, no, this is not the place to go. So there was people like Bobby Sykes, there were people like Paul Coe, Gary Foley, Sol Blair, Bob Blair. We had an older man who said he got the best education anyone in the world could have. He went to the three toughest universities in Australia. One was Long Bay Jail, the other one was Maitland Jail, and the other one was Grafton Jail. And he said, you can't get educated better than that. Yeah, because he was in and out of those prisons all the time. And so he said, you get to understand the world of hard knocks. But one thing he did tell us, and that is that he said, if you're going to fight the fight, we don't need leaders who are dead, and we don't need leaders who are in jail, because you're not going to help us. So what you have to do is be able to navigate through this system that likes putting people in jail, because Australia is a society of thieves and garrison police officers who looked after those who were sent there to Australia as prisoners. And so he guided us, and he saved us from a lot of things that could have happened, that could have gone wrong. And then there was other older people like Frank Roberts, Pastor Frank Roberts, Ozzie Cruz, a lot of these, Lyle Munro Senior, a lot of these, Chica Dixon was our main one, but these people, they were older ones who were leading the struggle. They were old people, but they kept writing petitions. They'd have these conferences, and they kept petitioning government all the time and passing resolutions and giving it to some white politician to take off and hope to God that that message would get through to someone. And so we as the young people, there were 8 of us, Paul Coe, Isabel Coe, myself, Gary Foley, Billy Craigie, Gary Williams, Norma Ingram, and of course me. And we attended the Old People's Conference, and all the elders were there at the New South Wales University. And we went in, and the first thing they looked, all my colleagues, my peers said to me, you're not going to say anything, are you? All right? I said, no, we got to listen. That's what we're here for, to listen and learn. Yeah, halfway through it, I got sick of listening. And Mr. Chair, are you not sick and tired of passing resolutions? Are you not sick and tired of writing petitions to the government? And old Frank Roberts, who was the chair at the time, he's now passed on, he said to me, you're the ones we've been waiting for all our lives. Your turn, come up here. Well, we shit ourselves, didn't we? You know, because these older people were saying, it's your turn. We're stepping down, you're moving up. And my peers just wanted to kill me on the spot right there, because they said, we told you to shut your face. Yeah. And we didn't know what to do. And so the old ones just said to us, how would you do it differently? And we said, these British don't take any notice unless you confront them. We have to be brave enough to confront them on their own turf. Yeah. And we do what they did to us. Let's take a block of land right in front of them. Let's take it back. Let's just fight them for let's put all our energies into fighting for this, because it's not going to hurt us. The only thing is, if we die fighting, at least we fought the fight. And so after that, it wasn't too long that we realised that there was a group put together in New South Wales very quickly. They called themselves the 21 Division, and they were police. And these 21 Division was to crush any uprising because they knew we were coming. And then they started to put together this challenge against us. And Richard would have known about this because we used to turn up at this place called the Empress Hotel. And of course, every Friday night, all the pub lights would go out at about 9 o'clock at night. And then we'd have these jackboots coming in, and we didn't know what the hell was going on, but they came in and they started smashing us to pieces to crush this uprising of these youth. And so we got wise after the first one, and then when the lights went out, this time we all laid on the floor and waited for them to come in. And then when they came in, we lit up, we hit ourselves against the walls, and when the police came in, we came in from the side, and I don't know how many policemen we destroyed and put in hospital, and a few of us went to jail, but we smashed them. And so we turned the tide and stopped them. The next thing that we began to do was saying, okay, let's now confront them in the way in which we should. So after that announcement about land rights, that's when we went back to a bloke called Gary Williams' house and Norman Ingram, and we went back to their house in Erskineville, and we sat down and we said, okay, this is not going to be good. Billy McMahon don't work in Sydney. Billy McMahon works in Canberra, and he is the boss of that big white house down there called Parliament House. So let's set sail for that place, and let's confront them on their own turf. And so we sat there, and the strangest thing was that everybody just went dumb and silent at that proposition. And then we looking at each other, who was going to put their hand up to go down there? Yeah. And so Billy Craig and I kicked him under the table, my colleague, fellow Gummeroy man. I kicked him like that and I said, I'm going. And he said, if you go, I'm going. So then a couple of other guys said, all right, we'll come. Oh, one guy said, we'll come with you. And I remember one young Wiradjuri fellow who just got out of jail. He was on parole, supposed to be reporting to police, but he came across the border into New South Wales. His name was Bertie Williams. And so Bertie said to me, he said, if you get into positive action, bro, come and get me. So 9 o'clock at night, we get this guy from the Communist Party, the old Tribune. He volunteered to drive us down there, down to Canberra. And so I pulled up at a place called Enmore, knocked on the door, and the brother put his head out the door and he said, we get action at 9 o'clock at night? And I said, yes, we have. Let's go. Anyway, I became infamous for breaking that home, that unit up, that family unit up, because he jumped in the car. He said, I'm going with you. And so we got on our way to Canberra. The guy kept saying to us, what are you going to do down here? We said, we have no bloody idea. And that's the truth. We had no idea. We said, what we're going to do is we're going to attack that Parliament House somehow. And we're going to let them know that we're not happy. Yep. And so after that, when we get on our way, this guy was driving and said, well, you know, last week there was a guy in India poured himself out with petrol and set himself alight because he wanted something to happen. And we said, that's not going to fucking happen. Right? And then the next guy, he said, well, I know a good idea. Why don't you all sit on steps of Parliament House and refuse any food? And Brother Billy said, that's not going to fucking happen either, mate. Because we haven't been eating for the fallout fucking lives, you know? And then we said, all right, what are you going to do? Oh, we'll work something out. So we get to Canberra at about 11 o'clock at night on the 26th of January, 1972, and the guy said, we turn up at this old communist bloke, said, home, and he said, what are you guys doing? We said, we're going to have a protest. Oh, all right then. Well, he said, you can sleep in there in the lounge and on the floor. He said, there might be some bed there, and we said, oh, no, and he said, it's raining anyway, so you may as well stay the night. And we said, no, we've got to do this at night time. Because by the time we get over there, there'll be policemen in the daytime. We're going to get there while they're all asleep. Yeah. So he said, well, I can't help you. I don't have a tent. He said, but I do have a beach umbrella. He said, you can have that. We said, that'll do. And then he said, there's some Hessian bag out there. I don't have any blankets I can give away. So he said, we'll take the Hessian bags. And then he said, I bought a brand new mattress. And there's a big plastic lining out there that covered the mattress. We said, that's good because the ground will be wet, so we can put that down and put the plastic over top of us under that beach umbrella. So 1 o'clock in the morning, we get over there and we're sitting down there and we're watching the police cars go past. You see, we had to time this. And so we're watching all the police cars go past. And as the police went past, we worked out, okay, there's about 40 minutes between the police cars going past. So, and those blokes up there, it's too wet for them to come down here. They're lazy bastards. So we plonked that, and there's the plastic, and that's the beach umbrella. Oh, that's when we got advanced. Anyway, we put this, we did this, and then, and so we all squat down there. And the next day, next morning, the whole of Canberra, I guarantee, from 7 o'clock onwards, were all driving past because the media had come out of the Parliament House and started filming these blackfellas sitting over here under this plastic, under this beach umbrella with a sign called Aboriginal Embassy on it. And the name came, the embassy, we're trying to work out what the hell we're going to call the protest. And the brother, Tony Curry, he down the toilet, down the hallway, and he didn't want to miss out on the discussion. He wanted to keep involved, so he left the door open while he was doing his thing. And he sang out from down the hallway. He said, this is the home of the embassies. We said, yeah. He said, well, why don't we call it the Aboriginal Embassy? We don't have an embassy here. They're foreigners. And we were not game enough to say to him, yeah, but we're not foreigners. This is our country. We should be calling this the Parliament. Yeah, so the beach should have been called the Parliament of Australia. So anyway, they won over and said, no, let's call it, let's put the embassy up. And so I wrote the original sign, embassy, and to top it off, I stole the poor man who was kind enough to give us all this stuff. I pinched the lace out of his shoes to tie the bloody sign up on the umbrella. So I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not proud of that, but it must be said, got to be recorded. And so we turned up, and then next day it was just bedlam. Media came from everywhere, all over the world. And the great thing about that was the fact that within 6 hours, there was a complete investigation by the parliamentarians and the Senate, the Speaker of the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House got the Attorney General's office, Solicitor General's office of Australia to check out to see if they could move that bloody embassy. And believe it or not, we were just inside the parliamentary triangle. And inside the parliamentary triangle, the only people who could make an order to move them was to be a resolution by the Parliament, or an order by the President of the Senate, or an order by the Speaker of the House. Neither of those two guys had the balls enough to be able to say, go and take it down. And so we stayed there. And there was no law in Australia that could move us from that site. And that's why the embassy was such a success, because we picked the eye of the needle out of their whole legal system, and they couldn't do anything about it. And so that became known as the Aboriginal Embassy. It still is known as the Aboriginal Embassy site. People go there, police can't touch them now, even to this day. They did in 26 days of 6 months. The Senate decided that, okay, let's do something about it, and let's try and move it. So they passed an ordinance for the ACT government to move the embassy. And when they started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 19th of July, 1972, And that debate went on until 3 a.m. in the morning of the 20th of June. And so they passed the ordinance at 3 a.m. on the 20th of June, and by 6 o'clock next morning, just on sunrise, the police came in and smashed it all to pieces and took everything away. And I was back home in Gadooga, and a couple of my friends were up there. We were up there playing football. A couple of other friends and cousins were at the embassy. They were manning it at this time, and a whole lot of other people. And then we saw it on the news early next morning and on the radio that the police had moved in and disassembled the embassy protest. And so we ran around and got cousins, and we raised money, and we all jumped in the motor car and we went down there. And within 8 hours, we went from home to Canberra. And everyone was at the university at that time, at the Australian National University, trying to work out what are we going to do. We got down there, my colleagues came from Sydney, they came from Melbourne, and there was a whole lump of them just drove overnight from Adelaide and various other places. And, you know, these are 12, 15-hour drives, and they all got there. And so we all had a meeting and we said, what are we going to do? Well, my first response was, let's go back over there. Let's put that back up again. And so we did. And we went back over the next time they came and they smashed us again. And then the next time, then we said, okay, we're going to think about this. We need more manpower. And so we put the call out right around Australia. And the response was just so incredible. And one of the, I suppose one of the funny parts of the big, because about 2,500 Aborigines turned up from all over Australia. And that didn't include all the white students who came. There was about 5,000 people there surrounding that whole place. And if you wanted to get in there to get that place, you had to go through all those people. And police came to us and said, what's going on? And we said, well, we're going to put it back up. We just told them straight out. We're going to put it back up, and we're going to put it up tomorrow. We're all going back over there. And by this time, there were buses and everything coming from all over Australia. And then the police commissioner came to us and said, we need to talk to you guys. Oh, why? Because we don't know how many people are coming. We said, oh, that's your problem, not ours. And I said, how do you know they're all coming anyway? They said, well, there's so many stolen cars come all from different locations. And so what our people were doing was stealing the cars from where they left home. And then when they ran out of petrol, they stole another one. And so every time they ran out of petrol, they'd steal another one. Yeah. And so there were just hundreds of cars all around the ACT, you know, just around the border, because they just parked the cars in the streets or on the side, in the trees, just left them and they walked in because it's only about 10 kilometres into where we were. And so we had all these stolen cars and we had buses from all over Australia. And we were quite overwhelmed, actually, because we were planning the next day to go back there. And when we planned it, we got there, there was so many people. It was extraordinary. Some of the images here and in the movie called Ghillar, that does not really do credit to what really happened on that day. And so we just said to them, we're here, we're not moving. You're gonna move us, the war starts now. And so all the white guys and white people who came there supporting us, we asked them, can you please just step back? Go around the edges. This is a black fight. And it's time for us. This is our fight, not yours. Thanks for supporting us. And I get emotional because a lot of my friends are now dead. And we lined up around, and we were about 12 deep. And the old women and the old men, our elders, they kept pushing us out of the way and they wanted to get in the front. And we're saying, what the fuck's going on? Get back in the middle. They said, no, this is our fight. And well, how can you tell the old ones that it's not their fight? And they lined up in front with us. And we said, oh, this is going to be some fucking fight. Because if they put their hands on these old people, we'll kill them. And it almost came to that. I've been in some fights in my time in pub brawls and football matches, and I've never been in a fight like that. We just had our bare hands. And when you see those images of the police walking around, it was like the Gestapo. They came around in groups of 100 at a time, and they had their jackboots on, and they lined up around us. There was about 2,000 police officers. And then they had some of the military. We found out later that there was military behind Parliament House. And so we said to the old people, please move back. And they said, no, we're here. And so when the police started coming in on towards us, well, and the only way we could protect them was we just sent the message to the younger fellas around us and behind us. We said, we're all going to move out. As soon as they start walking, we're going to move out and meet them. And of course we did. And yeah, it was an ugly scene. And you'll see some politicians there, Labor politicians, on the Ghillar sort of talking about how ashamed they were and that this was a day that Australia should regret. And so it was really, really an angry fight. Nothing like it has occurred since. But the politicians knew that we were going to come back again. And on that day, there were 36 police officers went to hospital, sorry. They were damaged in some serious ways. And there was one of our guys went to the hospital, while 36 police officers went to hospital. And 18 of us got locked up, got put in the wagons and taken down to the cells. And I must admit, I didn't know being in jail could be so fucking funny. Seriously, it was the funniest time I ever had in my life, after having one of the greatest brawls of my life, you know. And the beauty about this is that Aboriginal people, like, we'll even laugh at our own mate getting belted over there, yeah, while we're fighting someone else, because we look at the funny side of it, yeah. We can see all the good and the bad and the ugly, all at the same time. But for heaven's sake, don't stand in the way when we are angry, yeah. And the police learned that. And so when we got down there, all we kept talking about was, did so-and-so go to hospital? No. Where's the other fella? Are you in jail here? We'd be singing out down the corridor and singing out looking for people to make sure that they were there with us, or whether we got any messages that they went to hospital or something like that. And so it was a challenge. And then one of my lawyers, he challenged the ordinance that they passed in the Parliament to remove that, to make it illegal camping. Believe it or not, within 24 hours, we had a court decision from the full bench of the Federal Court of Australia that said that ordinance that they passed in the Parliament to remove us was invalid. And it was invalid because they put the wrong date on it. The wrong date. That's how eager they were to get rid of us. And because they put the wrong date on it, the law was invalid, made all those arrests and all their actions illegal. And so I started spreading the word, let's sue the shit out of these fellas for damages. And my colleagues wouldn't do it. But I got paid $7,500 for 2.5 hours being in jail. So it was that day that I think broke the Australians' resolve to keep us down. And that was the day they reinvented the British stolen knowledge from the Romans on how to colonise people. And that is, you do it through favours and graces. And that's what they started doing, picking all the blackfellas who would side with them, give them good jobs, give them status, give them whatever they wanted, providing they helped us keep these bastards suppressed. And they did it, and they're still doing it today. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, brother. Look, I was still in school when that happened. I went to Sydney 2 years later, and it was quite extraordinary. You know, the way that the willingness to share, you know, it was just there. I experienced it in my community before I left. Like, I had a car, and one of my friends asked me for a lend of it, you know, and I said, yeah, okay. You know, 2 weeks later, you know, I see them in the pub. I said, where's my car? You know, they said, oh, it's out on the road. It ran out of petrol, so they just left it on the side of the road. And you're like, oh, I'd go and I'd jump in the car. They'd say, oh, come on, we'll go for a drive. You know? So, okay, you know, go for a drive. We'd drive, you know, like 400 or 500 miles. You know, like, and we'd go to some blackfellas' place and that sort of thing. We'd be there, you know, drinking on. And I think, geez, I wonder when we're going to go home. we were there for days on end. You know, so like, we had jobs and that, you know, and we wouldn't be turning up for work for our jobs and that sort of thing. So it was, wow, it was just a time of just, we were free. And we were the only free people in the country, to be honest. You know, like, 'cause we didn't care about our jobs and that sort of thing. You know, we looked after each other. Everybody, you know, all the blackfellas looked after each other. Oh God, you couldn't have a cigarette, but somebody saying, "Save me half," you know, like, and then somebody else would ask them to save me half again, you know, or get a hamburger, you know, oh, save me half. We just had this spirit of sharing was just so deeply embedded into us, and that if we didn't have that, we would not have survived. You know, like with this community attitude that we had, it saved us. We survived because of that. So, you know, the individualism, you know, like that we encountered when we played sport, you know, like that, you know, wasn't enough to upend any of that. You know, so looking at that time, and with all them people going down to Canberra for that protest, you know, like. There were buses that left Brisbane. People, you know, like, thought they were just going out to the suburbs, and they ended up going about, gee, how far? It'd be 1,000 miles, it'd be 1,600 kilometres down to Canberra from Brisbane. They just filled up these buses with blackfellas, you know, just go to the park. You know, a lot of blackfellas hanging around the park. Oh, you want to come for a ride? Yeah, okay. Ended up in Canberra for weeks at a time. So,
You get Shanghai.
yeah, they got Shanghai. Look, I know there's people who are wondering, you know, like, about this thing, about this tent embassy, and that. I think I'd like to open it up for questions. You know, anybody want to ask a question? Oh, gee, I thought we was going to get off scot-free. You know, get early lunch.
Hi, Richard. Ghillar. My name's Glenn. The last time I was in an Aboriginal embassy was 35 years ago, in '88, the one that was set up on Mrs. Macquarie's chair.
Oh, yeah.
And,
I was there.
I was a disillusioned East End kid who left Thatcher's Britain and got massively inspired in '87 and '88 by the uprising against the bicentenary. So I wanted to thank you for that, and not just being here today, because for me personally that meant a lifetime of activism, because it totally inspired me. I will be an activist. And latterly an artist with Liberate Tate in this place, with Tanya Bruguera, your friend, Richard, and recently with Tate Neighbours, who you're programming a weekend with on the 10th of June. Wow. That tent embassy, I think, was part of a mass movement of what I would call creative intervention, and very, very inspirational. So my question is, who's inspired you in your activism, in your art, back in the day or through to today?
All those people, you know, like in that film, you know, like, well, Ghillar was there. We have Paul Coe's daughter sitting in the crowd here. Paul was massively, you know, influential on me and my thinking. Well, they used to call us the Black Power Mob, you know, like in Redfern. And I remember that protest there on at Lady Macquarie's chair. I remember there was a white guy wrote this book, you know, about 200 years of white settlement, and he wanted a black fellow to launch it, you know, and come around asking us, you know, saying, fuck off, you know, like, we're not going to launch your book. And Billy Craig, he says, yeah, I'll launch your book. You know? And he said, are you ready? He said, yeah, and he threw it into Sydney Harbour. and there was there was a photojournalist from the Sydney Morning Herald, and he missed that shot, and he said to Craig, oh, look, I missed that shot. Would you mind going out there and getting that book and redoing that? He said, go fuck yourself. You're like, you want that book? You go out there. You know? And he took a look at us, all those black fellas there, and he decided he wouldn't trust us. So he had all these cameras, you know, like, and he waited out, you know, like one hand, his camera's under his arm, and he gets his book, you know, like puts that under his arm, back in, and the next day, there's this image of this book flying through the air, you know, being launched again. So, and I've done a painting. Josh, I'm sorry, that one's sold. Okay. So. Any more questions?
Hi, my name's Leela and I was an activist in the Black Power movement in Britain, and our movement was very much influenced by the United States, the Panthers, and by the other international liberation movements. I'm wondering if your movement had the same influences.
I can say that a lot of us were moved by Marcus Garvey, right? Because Marcus Garvey was very early in terms of his writings. Same as Alec Baldwin, the writings of Alec Baldwin. They were more inspirational for us to become involved, especially with Marcus Garvey sort of developing the red, green and black flag to bring together those who were oppressed from around the world, the black slavery, the slave trade. And there was a lot of slavery in Australia too that they don't want to recognise. Yeah, so the writings of those guys, Alec Baldwin and Marcus Garvey, had a lot of influence. The proactive nature of our position was quite influenced by the Black Power movement of the 60s and 70s and the Panthers. So you had that Black Power modelling that was going on in the USA. And I first went over there in 71, and we met up with people like Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale and Angela Davis. We met in San Francisco. And I had an opportunity to sit down and just chat with them and sort of say, well, okay, we got to look at activism in a proactive sense, because, you know, anybody can open their mouth and talk and complain. And mind you, you need those people. You need the strategists. You need the theorists. You need the people to sit down there. But you also need the foot soldiers. You need the people who are prepared to put themselves on the line And if you're not prepared to put yourself on a line, fighting to liberate yourself, well, then get the hell out of there, because you're just creating danger for other people around you. Yeah, if we can't rely on you to stand your ground, then get the hell out. And one of the interesting things that I learned from Huey P. Newton was the fact that he said, don't make the same mistake as we did in our planning here in the United States. When the Panthers and the Black Power movement combined themselves to burn the cities like Watson, Chicago, and Detroit, one of the problems that they spoke about, honestly and openly with me, was the fact that we didn't have someone sitting on the other side of the table saying, but what happens if this happens, yeah? And the thing that worked against them most of all, and I have to be very brutally honest about this, and that is when they decided, they pushed all the old cars and all the derelict things that were on the streets in those places, like Watson, Detroit, and Chicago, where the ghettos were. When they burnt those places, they moved everybody out because they were riddled with lice and mice and rats, and it was a horrible state of affairs. And the question that should have been asked is, okay, if we burn all these down, where do we all live? Where do we get to, how do we look after the people that are burnt out of these houses, and we move them out? And of course, the problem was no one asked that question. They thought this was a wonderful idea and let's clear it all up. And so they ended up in overcrowding in the ghettos and created a situation worse than what they were in. And so the ideas were fantastic, yeah. One thing that they did not anticipate was that the people who owned those buildings, they collected 2 ways of money and made an absolute fortune from those incidents. And that was, they collected the insurance on the buildings, and then they put the blocks up for sale. And so they made an absolute fortune from those incidents in what's Detroit, Chicago, and other places, New York, when they burnt those ghettos down. And so, so you just got to be smart. You have to be. And so though a lot of that helped us plan back home in Australia. And of course, there was also the religious elements of our old people who were very much influenced by religion as well. And so they were the passive ones. And so that gave us an opportunity to look then at the Martin Luther King groups and to see how they were doing it, but they were doing it in such a way where, you know, the street marches, the confrontation, the passive confrontation, and that's the one that won over the old people to support us back home. Without taking that stride, we wouldn't have got the support from our old people to back us, to do the things that we did. And that would have been a horrible thing had that we hadn't got that support from our old ones. And they were appreciative of the fact that we did take notice to them. And we did it in a way that they said, do not resort to the way the British did it, and be much more civilized and much more diplomatic in the way you do things. Yeah, just stand your ground, do your thing, confront them.
We didn't get that memo.
Let them be the aggressors, and that's what we did. When you look at that embassy there, when you see all of us circled around it, linked arms, that was the old people saying to us, stand out, let's stand the ground, let's be passive, and let them be the aggressors.
What I found interesting was that we adopted a lot of the stuff that the Panthers did, you know, like the Breakfast for Children program, the medical services, the legal services, where we established those, you know, and that was the model that we found. It was the Black Panther Party, yeah, who they were the example for us. Any more questions?
Up the back. There's a lady up the back.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how much of this is in your education in Australia? Is this part of history that's been spoken about?
We had a birthday 2 weeks ago for my mum who turned 90, and one of my niece's sons, I was watching him tap her on the shoulder and he was pointing at me, and then she came across and she said, "Yeah, this is my uncle." He said, "Yeah, I know that, Mum. You never told me about my uncle." Because we learned about him in school the other day and we didn't even know it was my uncle, my great uncle. And so, you know, it's just starting to get out there now into the school systems. Australia's notorious for, you know, putting their heads in the sand and hoping to God everything goes away when they pull their heads out of the sand again.
Yep, it's laughable actually. You know, like the standard of education about Aboriginal history, about what actually happened. Like they never taught us anything. Our generation never. We didn't hear anything about Aboriginal people. We never heard anything about Aboriginal resistance. You know, that's one of the reasons I became an artist, so I could, you know, come to places like this and let people know, you know, what has happened, you know, to us. So we can actually pass on these messages, and I'm hoping that there's lots of other artists coming here. Where's the manager or the boss of the Tatey? You know, we got lots of artists out there. You know, like, you know, come and buy some work. They're making great work. You know, come out there and help us spread this message, these messages.
Does that answer sufficiently? Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Cheryl. I'm originally from Sydney, but certainly my knowledge of Sydney and the history, and when we talk about education, certainly, you know, as someone who went to school in the 80s and 90s, Aboriginal history went as far as maybe we coloured in the Aboriginal flag, and we might have, you know, got told about Captain Cook and those sorts of things, but that was really the limit. And shaming myself, you know, I'm still learning today. But spent a long time up in Townsville, but I guess I want to thank you for coming here and sharing, you know, the history of the embassy. I know of some of it, but, you know, it never stops. We all keep learning, and thank you for coming to London and sharing it with us. But moving forward, today, you know, we're approaching another historic time in Australia, and with The Voice. Could you share some of your thoughts about what you're thinking, what you're, you know, you did touch on, I guess, Aboriginal people coming into the white systems. So I guess that's always a struggle, you know, I'm told so and see. So could you share your thoughts about that?
I could teach you, but I have to charge.
I just say no, vote no. And I say that because I spent 4.5 years engaged by the National Aboriginal Advisory Council, which was an elected body of people. And in 1979, they had a protest on Parliament, on where new Parliament House is now, Capitol Hill. And the old one's there. Well, yeah, no, 5 minutes, okay. I'll talk in 3, okay. And they said, we're not going to move from here. If you want to build a new Parliament House, well, then, you know, you've got to do something for us. And we want a promise from you. And these were older people. They were not young people. They were old people. And the agreement was, with Malcolm Fraser, who was the Liberal National Coalition Government Prime Minister at the time, he agreed that, yes, we're prepared to negotiate a treaty with Aboriginal people, yeah? And at that time, I was a public prosecutor in New South Wales in criminal law and in the district courts. And the old guys sort of came to Sydney and talked with my boss, the Attorney General of New South Wales, and said, we want that guy to come and work with us to develop this treaty, to work to to develop the national framework for a treaty. And so we did. I travelled all around the world, Canada, England, America, looking at treaties and looking at end-of-war treaties, etc. And we put together a package to the government, and the government agreed. Sovereignty and also land and reparations, fundings to acquire land, etc., to return back to people. And included in that was mining as well, and getting to own our water and having share in all of that. But and then the Australian government called an election, and Bob Hawke, the Labor government, won the election. And Bob Hawke then shut the whole process down. It was a Labor government that shut it all down. And this government now that's putting this voice up is putting it up because Queen Elizabeth gave an order in 1999 for reconciling with the Australian Aborigines. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but there were 5 people who were leading that no vote in Sydney, or in Canberra, in Australia at present. These guys, Marcia Langton, Lois O'Donoghue, Senator, he's now a senator, Patrick Dodson, and Peter Yu, who's from Western Australia, and there was another one who came here, and they met with Queen Elizabeth in 1999. And incidentally, I did a ceremony over here at the same time they were here, and I returned the flag back that came out of the desert. We sent it around to all the tribes, and they sang that song to send the evil back to England, and they sent the spear with me to England, and I brought the spear and the flag, and I threw it through Parliament House gates, and threw it across the top, and threw that spear and flag to give them bad medicine back, yeah? And things have gone wrong since we did that. They got no idea what we did to that flag. And we know it's sitting over there in that place, in Buckingham Palace, yeah? Still causing a lot of problems for them. And so these things, the voice, when we did that, those guys were ordered to do something. The order came from England to reconcile with the Australian Aborigines, and they've taken it to where it is now. There's 2 things that I keep telling my people, yeah? Our problem is you're learning the white man's education. That's wonderful. You're becoming doctors, lawyers, psychiatrists, and physiotherapists, and all sorts of things, yeah? That's wonderful. But be careful and not lose who you are. Now, in this process of getting this voice up, there's a thing, I had talks with foreign ambassadors in recent times and past, and our fear, and I'm telling every Aboriginal person in Australia right now, there's a thing called acquiescence. And right now, if we don't stand up and fight against this, what they're offering, then we will be seen to be acquiescing to the colonial authorities to rule over us. So we'll be consenting for them to rule us through this voice. It's a very smart thing that they're doing. It's very deceptive, it's evil, and our people don't know what's going on. And they don't understand what acquiescence means. And the problem is they're not asking our communities, our people, whether we want this process. They're not. They're pretending that they had this massive consultation process at Uluru. Bullshit, I was there. Yeah? I was at Uluru, and I know what went on there. The people who were nominated to go there and speak for their communities were not allowed to have the microphone and speak. They were not. And so they came up with a pre-written program, and that's the Uluru Statement. That's got nothing to do with the elected people who were sent there to speak for their communities. This is the greatest sham that the world will ever see. And our people are going to suffer because of this. And we have to say no. So this is what we call a progressive no, yeah? Progressive in the sense that we need time to talk to our people. And our problem is in Australia, they think that we're an homogenous group of people. We are not. We are many languages, we are many tribes, we have our own boundaries, we have our own structures and decision-making in place, but the Australian government presents to the world that we are one people, and we are not. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I'll give you a 1 minute answer. I just don't think that it'll do what they're saying. What actually will happen is that this thing will need a bureaucracy, and the way that they'll do it is they won't run it through the government bureaucracy. They'll privatise it, and the beneficiaries of that private action will be the supporters of the voice.
Yes.
Under a minute, okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry?
Really? Experience, mate. You know, like that's what's happened in the past.
Can I?
It is.
Can I say this to you? Yeah, no, I just want to say one thing to the gentleman, and that is that, I've been, I've been inside that system, and one of the worst things is that the Aboriginal people are not being given an opportunity to say whether they want to be part of it. I would have thought that the most appropriate thing would be to go to the Aboriginal people and ask them, by way of a referendum amongst them, do you want this to happen? And the Aboriginal people should have the right to say yes or no before it's put up to 25 million white people to say that they accept us. Yeah? That's how it should be. It should not be one where 25 million white people say, yes, we want to do this, it's the right thing to do, but the consequences of what's going to happen will be dire for our people. Because you see, here's the problem. When they create the legislation, after they get the referendum out, let's assume they win, and I hope they don't, but let's assume they win. The first thing that's going to happen is that then they will go and create a piece of legislation in the Parliament, and in that legislation, they will develop what the role will be of that voice, of that institution. And within that institution, once they create that institution, then the minister will have the power and authority to make determination as to what they're allowed to advise the government on, what issues they're going to be dealing with, etc., etc. And the thing is that they've done this in the past. I worked for those organisations where they created the National Aboriginal Conference, the National Aboriginal Consultative Committee. When we sat there, the ministers did not like what the people were offering in terms of advice on policy and guidance and development. And as soon as the Aboriginal people became very articulate and understood what they wanted and how they presented it to government, the government came in and changed the terms of reference and had re-election for a new body of people to come in and then advise them on the issues that they want. The Australian government have been doing it since 1973, shutting down organisations, creating elected bodies, getting elected bodies in place. When they didn't like what they were advising them, when they were telling them, they shut it down. One final thing. They don't want the Aboriginal people to become involved in advising the Australian government on protections about military hardware that's going to be put around all around Northern Australia in an attempt to deflect the red peril that they're talking about down south. And they're talking about this because they're saying, you Aboriginal people, when you get this thing up, you're not going to say anything about military being put around the northern parts, and let me tell you, they become a target, and that's all Aboriginal communities is going to be in line.
Thank you, Ghillar. I really appreciate that. We're going to take a break. This conversation is going to continue throughout the day, but we're going to take a breather, and some food is being provided by Pappy's Pickles, and I think Mia is going to say a few words about the work that they do at that social enterprise. Over to you, Mia.
Hello, everyone. Pappy's Pickles is a social enterprise cooking fresh South Indian and Sri Lankan food made by women from these communities. We offer employment opportunities for migrant women, and we cater for all types of events, weddings, birthdays, and private parties. Our food is made using the highest quality local, seasonal, and organic ingredients and sustainably packaged. And we also provide support to women in those communities in confidence building, English skills, and food safety certification. We've laid out all the snacks over there, so please enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks, Mia. And thank you again to Ghillar and Richard. But for now, let's take a break.
Check, check, check. Okay.
We have two. Your keys? I'm not going to force you to drink it. All right. Do you want some water? Yes, please.
Yeah, I think so.
Rachel, don't worry. We'll get one for you later. Thank you. It's part of your contract now. All right. Hello, everyone. Oof, a bit loud. My name is Helen O'Malley. I'm the curator of the community program at Tate Modern, and I'm delighted to welcome Megan Cope. And of course, welcome back, Richard Bell. I also want to say a huge thank you to Ghillar Michael Anderson, who opened the program this morning. Megan is a Quandamooka artist. He's going to be sharing her work with us today. It's incredibly varied. Megan creates site-specific sculptural installations, video, painting, and public works, which explore a range of identity, the environment, psychogeographies, which draw the grand narrative of Australia into question. She's also a member of proppaNOW alongside Richard, and we'll have a chance to explore all of that over the next 45 minutes. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to London. Megan is from Brisbane, from Stradbroke Island, which is just in the bay outside Brisbane. What do you call it? Minjerribah?
Yeah, Quandamooka.
Quandamooka country. Yeah. Look, I've watched you over the years. I've seen how dynamic you've been. You're like very often helping other artists, like you and Mariam, with those projects that you did. They were fantastic, and to see you now, with your public artworks, they're just phenomenal. The one that you've got there, in the bay is just phenomenal. Megan's going to tell you all about it very shortly. So,
yeah.
Okay.
You got to talk louder.
Talk louder.
Yeah.
Listen harder.
Thanks, Richie. I just wanted to pay my respects to Ghillar, in particular for the yarn before this one now. It's really, really inspiring, and without that commitment and radical action, I wouldn't be who I am today. So, we stand on the shoulders of giants. I also just wanted to pay respects to elders from across the lands and waters, Alan Michelson and also Sylvia McAdam, and you, of course, Richard. We are good friends, and Lisa. I'm not sure, are you an elder? I was paying respects to elders.
I'm an Indigenous auntie.
Aunties and uncles as well. But Richard and I, we have been friends for a long time. We usually have our birthday parties together at the end of the year, so it's always good fun, right? And you've been connected to Quandamooka country for a long time, through families, through members of the Black Power movement from our country as well.
Yeah. Well, that was my first connection. Was with the blackfellas from Australia. So, and I've still got strong links there with some of the families there.
Yeah.
And my brother married into your mum.
Yeah, that's right. My work is really inspired by my homeland and my family, and the resilience in our communities, the intelligence and the love that we have for our community and our country. And so that's, there we are. There's a photograph there. It's 2 islands, or many islands, but 2 main islands in saltwater country. And I started out making lots of maps to kind of continue that conversation about land rights. This was kind of spurred on in particular, like when we received this new legislation called native title. And I was quite disturbed when my nana said to me, "Oh, it's really good we've got land rights." And I said to her, "It's not land rights, Nana," but, it was kind of sold to us in that way. And it's a real, it's quite distressing that we don't have the jurisdiction and rights to look after our country and to do our job as Indigenous people. So, the most recent work, Kinyarra, which means place of oyster rocks in the 2 languages of my country. This island on the left-hand side, that's Morgampan, and the place of Ngugi people, and that language from there is Gawa, and the other island in the background, that's Minjerribah, North Stradbroke Island, and our language there is Jundai. Our people were moved off Morgampan, gradually. We all ended up in the mission on Stradbroke Island at Myora. And so there's lots and lots of memories and stories. And so when Ghillar and Richard talk about that time, even though I'm a bit further down the line, lots of relatives that I have in their 80s and 90s remember those times very clearly. Let's see if this works. There we go. There's another view of country. This is an important image because it illustrates what happens every time it rains and how that affects our country and how everything on land ends up in Quandamooka country and how that kind of affects our day-to-day lives. A lot of our people are fishermen, and once upon a time we were all oyster growers. Many of us were oyster growers, and my family were oyster people. And actually, the idea kind of really came together when we were in Venice last time in the Tent Embassy.
2019.
Yeah. And I had been talking to my uncles about reef restoration, and returning place to how, they remembered it when they were younger, and they were talking about the difficulties they're having with fisheries, with all of the legislations that prevents us from looking after growing oysters in a self-determined way. Everything that we have to do has to have a commercial output for the marketplace designed by white people for white people. So it puts a lot of pressure on our people, especially because we've been economically deprived, don't have the money to use the machinery or upgrade, the technology to provide or to make a living, right? We're always in this kind of perpetual cycle of poverty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's really distressing to me. I feel really fortunate because I went to art school, and it changed my life, and it gave me language, gave me agency. It introduced me to really amazing people like Richard and Vernon and all the members of proppaNOW. And this kind of radicalised me, but also gave me access to, economic independence in a different way. And so over the last 16 years, sort of returned to this point with family, having these conversations and thinking about how perhaps art can help us in our day-to-day lives, just with oyster growing, for instance, and could we utilise resources and challenge the institution to go outside of itself and give us what we want, like help us do what we want to do. So that's kind of how this last, most recent project's come, but it's followed after 6-7 years of research and practice, material practice, looking at oysters, looking at the extractive industries that have occurred on our country, and that is the reason why it's so difficult for us to get out of poverty, because our country's been so deprived. And again, with the native title stuff, it's quite fascinating to me, because now we're in a stage where we're promoting our country in this way that claims to be pristine and perfect and ripe for tourism and ecotourism and cultural tourism. And there's a lot of, apparent so-called opportunities for our people to be Aboriginal and make money on country. But it's a bit of a farce, because the reality is 90% of the oyster reefs are extinct. And so if you know anything about oysters and what they do, they clean the water and they provide the foundations for healthy ecosystems in the ocean. That's why, again, this image is, you can just see from one rain event how much mud goes into the bay. So yeah, I wanted to critique that lie that our country is pristine, for a start. Let's try and change the slide. Oh yeah, here's some examples of the maps I've done. Reclamation through language over country. And here are some of the kind of sculptural conversations I've been having about the extraction of middens. Middens were enormous shell piles of all of the shellfish our ancestors ate. A lot of the middens are dated on our country 37,000 years old. I'm interested in the conversation about middens being forms of architecture, and how the mining of these forms have in fact rendered our architectural forms out of the landscape. So the middens were mined to make cement, to build the foundation of the colonies, and that's a very predictable pattern of colonisation. They often remove something significant and place it with their own things. For instance, we've got a midden up on Moolumba, Point Lookout, and that was extracted, and they built a surf life-saving club. So very culturally significant site for white people. They like to drink there, and they built that on a midden. So there's a strong culture of that. I just really wanted to talk about, connecting the material with the object in the first instance to start, that conversation. But I realised that people didn't know what middens were, so I kind of became a bit more explicit with the form and started creating shell piles with cement oysters. There we go. And this one was to remember the midden that was at the site of the Sydney Opera House. It's no longer there now. But wanted to have that yarn because this phenomenon didn't just happen on Quandamooka country, it happened everywhere. But yeah, years and years of this kind of conversation about extraction hasn't really led to any change. People become aware, I guess, of what's happened to our country, but it doesn't really go beyond that. And as an artist, you can kind of end up being in this perpetual state of grief because, you have to be thinking about what's happened to us. And I think that's kind of strategic as well, to keep us disempowered perhaps. So yeah, I wanted to see if we could make a living sculpture, because essentially you make these sculptures to talk about our living culture, but then ironically they are sort of dead objects in a museum that is kind of like a morgue for our culture. I know that's a bit macabre, but it kind of like years and years of doing the same thing, I kind of reached this point and I felt like I really needed to radicalise my process. So here's just a little example of how oysters work, if you didn't know. Quite significant actually. I think one single oyster processes about 9 bathtubs of water an hour. And here are some examples of other research I've done into reef restoration. My Uncle Ricky's actually got this oyster bank. It's about 2 kilometres long, and it's the only oyster bank of that scale attached to land on our country. And he's kind of been a passive resistor to the fisheries kind of, what do you call it? Regime, yeah. And he's just left the oysters to kind of recover, but he's finding that they just can't because of the onslaught of pollution. And so I said to him, what if we do an artwork and we rebuild a reef and make a living sculpture? So he's sort of very kindly opened the space for us to make this work. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
Are you going to show the film?
Yeah. This is it installed. Do you want to, I get...
Pardon?
Do you want to ask me some questions or something? Because I get a bit... Maybe
You're a teacher.
Your mic's not working.
Maybe I'll turn it off. Is this on? This working?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh look, this is sort of groundbreaking too, because your uncle had so much trouble, getting started or even building on what he already had, and then you come up with an art project, and hey presto, like everything just moves ahead.
And that where the bank is, it's really culturally significant. Many families are connected to that site because the mission was really close, basically through the mangroves. So everyone, has had time eating from that bank. My Auntie Rosie says when she was young, she used to go into the mangroves and you could pick the oysters off the mangroves like fruit. It was just so healthy and alive. And it's really, it's really hard to hear this from your elders and know that there are so many obstacles to get through, even when you have the lease and even when you have a little bit of infrastructure. So yeah, I decided to write some art grants and propose a living sculpture. And at first I wanted to return the rocks onto the banks, because really what happened when the colonisers arrived, they mined the middens, then they turned to mining live oysters off the rocks and burning that for cement. And then after that, the rocks that were placed by our ancestors were put into kind of colonial decorative garden beds. So my first desire was to return the rocks and make kind of stone formations. But I had this white fella hear about the project and he wanted to get involved. And I tried to explain to him that it was a guerrilla art project and it was to be led by us. And if he wanted to help, he would have to listen to us and do it the way we wanted. And under no circumstances can anybody know about it. Nobody. It was a secret project. Or it was secret, it was in the community and with artists. Then this fella called fisheries and he asked them he told them what we were doing, and then he asked them if we could put rocks on the intertidal zone, which I knew we weren't allowed to, But anyway, he sent me an email and he said, "Oh, I've spoken to fisheries and they told me you're not allowed to do that." So I said, "Yeah, I know that. You're not welcome anymore. Leave us." But it was kind of a good thing because it led me to reinvent the process, and I found out that it wasn't illegal to plant timber. So I then came up with this design where we tie the shells to the poles and plant the poles. And therefore, I wouldn't be putting any rocks or shells, because you're not allowed to put shells on the seafloor either, even though that's what Kinjangara needs. They're like us. They need to be with their ancestors. They grow on other shells, old shells. That's what they need. That's what they need to repopulate themselves. So it's really interesting that the legal system is set up to prevent any of that. So, but that's how we came up with this design, so that if any shells fell on the floor, it was sort of natural. But yeah, that's how we've arrived at making this living sculpture. And the first day we did it, we wanted to kind of make it ceremonial. Actually, there's a person here who was there, Jessie Nash. She came, was from there from start to finish. The day we did it was the 26th of January, 2022.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was just a small group of artists and my family, or the Perry family. And within 3 months, well, actually, between the time of planting it and the next time we went to visit it, there was a catastrophic flood. And I was thinking that the poles would all be gone, but they weren't, and they were still standing strong. And 3 months later, there was baby oysters growing already. So actually, maybe the flood had assisted the movement of the spat. So, and what you see in these shots, all those holes in the sand, they're stingray holes. And it's called the pelagic zone, I think, in Western science. But it's a really, really important ecosystem. In those holes, fish lay their eggs. When the tide goes out, the water stays in there and keeps the eggs alive. There's heaps of crabs. And what we're hoping is that this actually re-establishes seagrass as well. And which is good for, Yungan, dugong. And basically, the idea with this work is that we plant so many poles to kind of reject the colonial mindset of scarcity, and plant so many poles that all of those mangroves will be healthy again. And because this is an art project and not a commercial enterprise, hopefully that protects the oysters and allows them to grow and for this to become future reef forms. What else can I say?
Oh, it's fantastic that you've done this. I love this video. Seeing how it came together and that. It's really beautiful. I'm from out semi-desert country, so we think that these guys had it really easy. They're basically living in a supermarket, so.
Yeah, that's why your brother married in, hey?
Yeah. Well, I have no shortage of seafood if I need it.
Exactly, but it's come out of a lot of frustration. I mean, the native title's supposed to, give our people jobs to become land and sea rangers and do this kind of work, and no one is able to do it because we're still managed by the government.
Well, I can tell you something about the Native Title Act. And in the 1970s, we had 2 cases, you know, that we took to the High Court, and we needed another case to go to the High Court, and we needed to challenge the concept of terra nullius, which is the basis of Australian sovereignty. Pardon me. This is really good. This thing, well, Australian sovereignty, well, the British sovereignty was based on this concept of terra nullius, which is, you know, an Italian term which essentially means empty land or land with no people. And we needed to challenge that concept in the High Court. And I was working with the Aboriginal Legal Service at the time, and I was speaking with Paul Coe about this because I discovered an Australian government grant that would pay for this meeting. We needed to have a national meeting of all the Aboriginal legal services, you know, to discuss which case we would take forward, and I arranged that meeting. And that was in 1982. In 1992, the High Court came down with their decision, you know, and we were asking for land rights, and what they gave us was native title, which is quite a different thing. And interestingly enough, the basis of sovereignty of the Australian government is native title, which didn't exist when the British came here. So, you know, like, and which they didn't exist until they invented it in 1992. So I'm thinking, what is the basis of the sovereign of Australian government, the Australian government's sovereignty over Australia? Like, and I can tell you now that the native title decision has caused more division among Aboriginal people than any other issue that's ever been put before us. So.
Yeah, that's it. And all of these issues, you know, you feel as a young person, you know, deeply distressed, but also compelled to do something about it. And I know that we can do it because I've seen your generation, you know, change the world. And, you know, so we've got to think of something. And I thought about these oysters because they're such remarkable little creatures. I mean, the reality is, if 90% of the oyster reefs are extinct globally, it's you know, what does it mean if we were to re-establish 50% of the oyster reefs globally? Oysters fix carbon into their shells. Like, they're really incredible creatures if we look at the environmental issues ahead. And, you know, we've kind of designed this little sculpture that could be planted anywhere, really. And there are lots of people around the world. There is a bit of massive oyster movement. People are getting onto this now in the past decade, and there is a lot of oyster reef restoration going on. It seems very simple, but like...
I think Alan will be talking about that in his session.
Great,
later.
Great. Yeah, I mean, the stuff that's going on in New York was very inspiring to me, yeah.
You done?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's open up for questions, eh?
Yeah.
Gee, that was quick.
I don't know what time it is. How are we going? Cool. I'm sorry, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. I think I missed a little bit. What's the connection between mangroves and oysters? Because I know there are projects for the restorations of mangroves because they also help the soil to keep it from erosion. So, but I didn't understand the connection between the two. So the oysters live on mangroves, or they feed on mangroves? Or, sorry.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, that's what I was saying was that There used to be oysters growing on the mangroves in this part of the world, like where we're from, but they're no longer able to grow because the environment's been so degraded. Mangroves are very important with carbon capture as well. It stores carbon in the peat, but it doesn't fix it, so it can be released. And this is why I think the more we can establish oyster reefs, the more carbon capture can occur, and then the relationship between the oyster reefs and then the mangroves are kind of symbiotic. They help each other, and all of the, it's basically those two zones they work together to make the foundations of all sea life. Yeah.
Next. Wow, I was just going to say, we spent all this money bringing this young woman all the way over here from Australia, business class, and we get one question.
Did you get your PJs, Megan? Did you get your Qantas jammies?
No, I didn't.
As Megan said, was there when we did the first planting of this incredible work, and I was so lucky, and I have to say massive congrats to both of you. I feel so happy and excited as a young Australian that went to art school in Brisbane to see two of my heroes at the Tate Modern in conversation, not at the pub in Brisbane, and it is just so important.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing's wrong with it, but I wanted to ask Megan, how's the work looking now? How many structures are there? Because there's multiple kind of formations planted in the area, and I wonder what number you're at and how they're looking. The babies.
Yeah. We've got we've done 4 plantings. I had this goal of 1,000 poles because it's about 1.5 kilometres that Cool Ricky's said we can plant. So we're just not really at 1% really yet. So I think it'll be ongoing for a long time. I want to build a model, again, looking at how we consume art or how we relate to art. A lot of people ask me if they can go and see it, and I say no, because, you can if you've got a boat, I guess. I love getting that photo that day, actually. You've seen it from the sea. But really, if people want to see the work, I've set up a model where you have to make poles and you have to drill the shells and you have to spend at least 2 days on my country and connect with the community, and so then we go out and do it, and you can, instead of just consuming or being some kind of bystander, let's do this together. It's really critical, and it really, inspires people. It's such a simple thing, but that reciprocity, model of reciprocity is really critical to the artwork. I think we do need to change the way we engage with art and culture and community, and understand the amount of work that we want to get done and the amount of bureaucracy that gets in the way that we can potentially avoid if we just radicalise our art practice and work together. So there's,
Wow,
yeah.
Walk down with that. Yeah, look, it's a wonderful project, Megan. The thought that you put into it, the effort, the collaboration that you have with Uncle Ricky and with the supporters from the art world as well. Have helped this program along, and it'll be going on long after we're gone. So it's which is something that we should be looking to do as often as we can.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it too because, a lot of my family are not artists. They're working class fishermen, and they don't really like art, but they love this project. You know, and that for me is really important
they do like
as well.
Art. They just don't know it.
Yeah, true.
You come across a bit like it's an art form as much as anything else, and you did imply there's been some resistance from the fisheries or whatever, so you have some restrictions. But do you work with like marine biologists or environmentalists that can support you through a government scheme so this could be more recognisable around Australia and the world?
Yes, it was very important when we assembled the team to begin with that we had preferably an older white man, a professor in marine science. So we found him, Dr. Nigel Preston, really amazing man, long-term resident on Minjerribah, and he was so delighted by the proposition after working 40 years in the CSIRO and generating so much data and statistics and information, but not able to actually do anything with it. So he was very excited. He was really enlivened by the guerrilla aspect of it, and so he came along, and he also knew that if we were to run into any strife, he'd be jumping in and kind of arguing for us. And he said, you know, no, we don't ask anyone for permission. We just get this in there, and then we get it documented really well. And if the politicians come for us, you know, we will win via popular opinion, because you can't fault this. Like, if people want to look after the environment, this is the kind of stuff, this kind of action we need to take. So, yeah, we had him on board, and he's very excited. He wants to do it in Kenya, and he wants to do it everywhere. So hopefully that will happen. He's doing a lot of mangrove restoration, but he, through this, was also making the connections of having to do, we should be focusing on the oysters as well and their relationship to mangroves. So, yeah.
Any more questions?
Can you people? Yeah. Thank you for coming. Just had a question just around you mentioned the fishery industry in the area. What's the relationship like now, and what would you like the relationship to be with the fishery industry?
Well, I mean, it's really frustrating. I mean, the fisheries are the most corrupt department of the government, actually, you know, and lots of money's made by mass extraction of our food, and no responsible management. I want them to learn from us about like real sustainability, understand what, you know, how the ecosystems work, what the kinship systems are, you know, and learn from us so that there will be a future, so that we can enjoy fish into the future, because it's a pretty, you know, it's not looking too bright, actually. So that's what I'd like, and for there to be, I don't know, I guess Indigenous systems that inform the regulation, Indigenous knowledge to inform the regulations. That would be great.
Just on that topic, it's my understanding that your sculptures were quite successful in terms of how much of the oyster spat they gathered as composed to the commercial models, which perhaps speaks to learning from Indigenous practices. Can you just tell us a little bit about how much spat there was by comparison and what that might mean for the country? Because it seems to me the country wanted your poles there.
Yeah, that's great, Josh. It was so funny because, you know, my cousins, they're oyster growers, and they thought I was a bit mad for doing this, and they also didn't believe it would work. And like my cousin Dylan was so envious. He couldn't believe how many oysters were growing, more than on his bank. Like he's got an oyster bank out in this area, like in the bay. I think it just goes back to the methodology and the site as well, but the methodology of returning the ancestors to the site through the shell waste. That's what the baby oysters need. They want, and they're like us. They like to build cities and grow with each other. Like we're like that as well. It's sort of to make those connections. I mean, that's sort of just what really informed the structure. It's very basic, really, but yeah, it was really funny. I felt really satisfied when my cousins were jealous.
My oysters are better than yours. Damn right.
But there was just so many beautiful things. I mean, at that time, like Uncle Ricky's nan and my great-granny, they were really great friends, and they spent a lot of time on that bank, and they collected oysters to make extra money for clothes, you know, so their kids had decent clothes and, you know, were kept away from the authorities. So it's like there's all of these layers with that site. And at the time, someone had brought in a box of old photographs, and they were not Aboriginal, but they had all these photographs of Granny Vera and great-granny Sylvia together. There was just all these little signs that kept showing up that made us know that this was the right thing to do. You know, it was really, really special.
Yeah, it's absolutely the right thing to do. It's amazing. It's wonderful. I'm so proud of it and you.
Thanks.
So getting this done.
Yeah, well, I think also, you know, looking at the kind of art history of land art tradition, it's very masculine, imposing on the landscape and all those sorts of things. So I wanted to be critical of that and I don't know, make something that turns the tide, pardon the pun. Yeah.
Oh, I just got the end. You can go now.
Thank you, Megan, so much for sharing your work with us. We are going to move into the final conversation of the day. We need to do a quick change. But while the guys take a seat, please feel free to move into your chairs. Megan, I might swap you into my spot. Or over there is perfect. So just to introduce Lisa, Sylvia, and Alan, our final conversation of the day is going to look at Indigenous legal political sovereignty. We're thrilled to welcome Alan Michelson, who is an artist, writer, curator, and Mohawk member of the Six Nations of the Grand River. We're also going to welcome Sylvia McAdam, who is a member of the Cree Nation and also co-founder of the Indigenous grassroots movement Idle No More. And finally, Liisa-Rávná Finbog, who is a Sámi scholar and duojár from Oslo, Vaapste, Skánit, in the Norwegian parts of Sápmi. But Richard, I'm going to pass over to you now to lead us through the conversation, and thank you again to everyone for being here today.
I'm surrounded by amazing people. I'm proud to call them my friends. So I like to keep my arrangements among friends and that sort of thing, a bit like our politicians. So I'm gonna get Alan. He's the most organised friend that I've got. He's a great writer, and he's written something that he's going to present to us now. Go ahead there, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Richard. My people are the Haudenosaunee, the Longhouse people. known to the French as the Iroquois, and to the English as the Five and later Six Nations, those nations being the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora. In our culture, we have an important feature called wampum belts, tiny shell beads woven into a matrix carrying a visual metaphor or allegory. They are both solid and flexible, both beautiful and meaningful, and are the symbolic records of agreements or declarations. This one we call the Gaswenta, or two-row, after the two purple rows you see, which symbolizes the courses of two vessels on a river, courses which run parallel and equal. One of the vessels is a Haudenosaunee canoe, the other a European boat, and the idea is that they represent two distinct peoples and cultures, each of whom pledges to stay in their own vessel and not try to board or interfere with the other. It's a simple but profound 400-year-old document representing peaceful and respectful coexistence, embodying the first treaty we made with the Dutch, who had come to trade with us for furs in 1613. At the time, the Dutch were few and the treaty held for a while, but as the century progressed and the French and the English arrived, colonists who came not only to trade but to settle and claim, the two-row became an aspirational rather than a binding treaty, which it remains today. Soon there were at least 4 vessels sharing the same river, and growing violations, people boarding or trying to steer or even sink the other's vessel, an all-out race in which we were competing, not only with Europeans, but with other indigenous nations for trade and advantage. It became a race for power between competing sovereignties and cultures. Armed by the Dutch and keen for their goods, which we couldn't produce, we monopolized trade networks in the region by subduing or absorbing other native nations, our traditional enemies, through diplomacy or warfare, nations allied to the French who in turn competed with the English. The 1600s were a turbulent century in and around Iroquois, our homelands, the scene of a series of colonial and intertribal invasions and counter-invasions, while the settler population was ever increasing, which you can see on the red part on the map. There was still a rough balance of power between our confederacy and the settler nations, and our homelands and territory not only remained intact, but expanded. The commercial trapping of beavers, the prime fur, was so frenetic that vast tracts were soon hunted out, pushing trade routes further into the interior, resulting in more warfare, which, worsened by deadly pandemics, devastated native populations, including our own. Our culture allowed for the adoption of captives into our nations, so our numbers were constantly being replenished through warfare. After the English defeated the Dutch in the 1660s, the New Netherlands became the English province of New York. This is a surprising musical accompaniment here, but the English allied with us against the French and their native allies and supplied us with arms and better trade goods. For most of the following century, we were able to maintain our power and sovereignty by playing off one empire against the other. Although the 13 English colonies began to emerge as a threat through settler encroachments onto our borders and the emergence of a virulent anti-Indian ideology, which branded us as savages and united the settler colonies against us, despite our alliance and support from London. After the defeat of the French by the British in the First World War, the 7 Years' War in 1763, we were significantly weakened by the outcome we helped bring about, and British policy towards us shifted. Our diplomatic protocols were no longer honored, and a deluge of settlers encroached on Iroquois, wanting our fertile lands and resenting the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set guidelines for the European settlement of indigenous land, recognized indigenous title, and to prevent the fraud and abuse associated with the purchase of indigenous land by individual settlers, restricted the purchase of such land to the Crown, and forbade all settlements west of a line drawn along the Appalachian Mountains. You can see how things went. The most massive transfer of wealth and resources, probably in the history of the world. This is our, you can see, these are our present reserves, these little purple spots on this map. And you can see the decimation of our lands. You can see on the bottom there what they were and what they're broken down into because of this history. So our relationship with England is long-standing and at various junctures involved diplomatic embassies to London, including royal audiences. We call this relationship the covenant chain, a strong chain binding both parties, forged in silver rather than iron, which can rust, and called its periodic renewals polishing the silver chain. These are portraits by John Verelst of 4 of our ambassadors, dubbed the 4 Indian Kings, at the time 3 Mohawks and 1 Mohican. Hendrik on the left is carrying a wampum belt as part of his diplomatic missions, while the others hold weapons. And the 3 of them have wolves behind them and 1 a turtle, symbolizing their clans, and all have been baptized as Christians. Our relationship has been one of entanglements, economic, social, military, and religious. And the ambassadors were there to supposedly request a fort and a mission chapel to be built near one of our villages, which the settlers called castles. This is Queen Anne, the last Stuart monarch, and the one under which the United Kingdom was born. She received the ambassadors and granted their request, financing the 1712 construction of Fort Hunter and Queen Anne's Chapel, the parsonage of which is still standing in what's now upstate New York. The church on the lower right is the only surviving Indian mission church in New York State, built in 1769 on farmland donated by Mohawk leaders Joseph Brant and his sister Molly. The present Royal Chapel of the Mohawks, which you can see on the bottom left, succeeded Queen Anne's Chapel and was built in 1785 in what's now Brantford, Ontario, after we were forced from our homeland during the American Revolution. Okay. Well, I can go on with this. The American Revolution, well, I got a lot to say. The American Revolution was a revolt for Indian land as much as for Indian independence, and divided our confederacy of 6 nations. We tried to remain neutral in what we viewed as an English Civil War, but the pressure to choose sides was overwhelming and resulted in some of us fighting with the British and others with the Americans. We Mohawks were closely allied with and fought with the British, whom we thought would protect our lands from further encroachment. But in the end, we and all the native nations east of the Mississippi were betrayed by the British government in the Treaty of Paris, which ended the war and ceded millions of square miles of unceded native land to the United States. With our military capability much reduced and our confederacy divided, our homelands were soon illegally snapped up by New York State and land speculators. After the war, the purchase and sale of indigenous land became the commercial backbone of the economy, including the federal budget, and New York State paid its military veterans in scrip for our land. This is an installation of mine from 2018, which I made in advance of the 245th anniversary of the brutal Sullivan Campaign of 1779, ordered by George Washington, which destroyed some 50 of our villages and dozens of our farms, orchards, and crops in the ground. It consists first of a Udon replica bust of Washington, who inherited the title Hanadagayas, which translates as town destroyer. Actually, in our language, it's he bites the town, from a colonial ancestor who murdered 6 Susquehannock chiefs at a parley, but who more than earned the title himself by planning and ordering this scorched earth campaign. The bust is mounted on an antique surveyor's tripod. Washington was a surveyor in his youth and a successful lifelong speculator in indigenous land. He and his class of speculators profited from the sale and purchase of tens of thousands of acres of native land. Projected onto the face of the bust is a video I produced from archival materials such as period maps, portraits, treaties, and historical markers, which traces the history of the campaign, literally following the battle map and pausing at the villages which were destroyed, represented by celebratory state historical markers, essentially celebrating genocide. Could we move to the next slide? So this is an edited version, a close-up of this work. Projected onto this white bust.
Hanadaganya.
Ranadagarias. Anedagañas.
That's a treaty post-war, and that's the wampum belt that represents the 13 colonies. Mount Vernon, his plantation. And finally, the most probably widely circulated portrait of Washington, which is on our dollar. In 1923, 140 years after the disastrous Treaty of 1783, during which, through coerced, illegal, and fraudulent land cessions, our extensive homelands were reduced to several tiny reserves in Canada, New York, Wisconsin, and Oklahoma, one of our Cayuga chiefs from Six Nations Reserve, Descahe, traveled to Geneva to appeal to the League of Nations for representation and to stop Canada from disbanding our traditional government. Canada's Indian Act of 1920 was concocted to enable the Dominion to legally secure native lands into Crown lands, reduce native citizenship to membership, restrict natives to reserves which they couldn't leave or conduct cultural practices without permission, and unilaterally declare them citizens of Canada. Britain prevented our Confederacy from being admitted to the League as a member state, and also prevented Descahe, one of our most eloquent orators and speakers for our council, from addressing the assembly. Although he did speak to receptive crowds in several European cities, carrying our message of independence and sovereignty. While he was away, the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, raided our council house, stole our wampum and other documents, and forcibly replaced our traditional chiefs with an elective council. Descahe was banished from Six Nations territory in Canada, and was taken in when he was actually ill, returning from Europe, by Chief Clinton Rickard. Jolene Rickard is one of our most amazing artists and curators and writers and thinkers. It was her grandfather who took him in at Tuscarora Reserve, where he died of pneumonia in 1925. When Descahe first traveled to London to petition the Crown in 1921, he traveled on a passport issued by the Six Nations Confederacy because Canada would have denied him permission to travel. The passport on the right is the contemporary version, which is not endorsed as a valid travel document by the UK, US, Canada, and the EU, but has successfully been used to enter Japan, Israel, Sweden, and Ireland, and upholds our sovereignty. Blanket Refusal is an installation that I did consisting of 2 blankets on which are printed the 2 pages of a 1924 letter to President Calvin Coolidge sent by the Onondaga chiefs rejecting the unilateral granting of US citizenship onto the members of our Confederacy by reminding him of the treaties we hold with the United States and of our Haudenosaunee sovereignty and citizenship. The purple and white palette and stripes referred to the 2-row wampum and its abandoned obligations. The work will be adapted to banner form in a public outdoor exhibition this summer in Geneva, Switzerland, one that Jolene is involved with, honoring Descahe on the centenary of his embassy and affirming Haudenosaunee sovereignty. Just going to close with one last installation. This is one that I actually did in Venice in 2019 that's now at the AGO in Toronto. It's a 4-channel video projecting in sequence onto 4 white globes, each about 90 centimeters in diameter. It references the illustration of the Copernican universe in the Harmonia Macrocosmica, Andreas Cellarius' Celestial Atlas, published in 1660, showing the sun encircled by 4 globes representing the Earth at the 4 seasons. This slide shows the third of the videos in the sequence subtitled War Dance. This one shows the first in the sequence, subtitled Les Sauvages. And this is the fourth and last, called Relations. But I'm going to show a clip from, this is the Viaggi, the second one. I'm going to show this clip. It's a short clip of War Dance, which starts with the Oka crisis, also known as the Kanesatake resistance, a 78-day protest occupation at Oka, Quebec, by the Kanesatake Mohawks over the expansion of the town golf course and a townhouse development onto a long-disputed area of Kanesatake land known as the Pines that included a Mohawk burial ground. The protest spiraled into an armed standoff between protesters and the Quebec police, the RCMP, the Canadian Army, and local residents, including roadblock barricades and a blockade of the Mercier Bridge. It ended with the federal government purchasing the Pines and the golf course expansion and the townhouse development canceled. But although the land was to be reserved for the Mohawks, there's been no organized transfer yet. This clip will end with footage from an Idle No More rally in Ottawa in 2013.
We know that this is a 300-year-old problem, and the government refuses to fix it. The Longhouse people have been saying, we want to be part of the solution, but we are excluded.
Sylvia just said to me it was so cold that day. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. I think it's a nice segue into Sylvia. You ready?
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Mstay na nas como na nohtu te pima mo pia. Igomina na nas como kiksi mantum no. Kaniop tubugi sugo minaski. Mstay na nas como mina kahkiok tatamskat no. Kasoim gusi kistoa. I am thankful to be here. And I am thankful to the Creator in the four directions and the earth. And I'm thankful that you're all gathered here to hear all of our voices. The language that I speak is called Nihioyun. I am from the Nihio people, Nihio. And we still exist, and we are still alive today. Our language is dying, it's disappearing. And I am very fortunate today to still speak it because I was one of the hidden children when the Indian Affairs, Indian agent, the priests, and the Northwest Mounted Police, or the RCMP today, came for the children. And I speak it because my parents were the hidden children as well. And their parents were hidden away when the priests and the Indian agent came for the children. So I'm very fortunate that I can still speak my language. Today, I want to talk to you about how many of you have heard of the African apartheid, right? The Jewish Holocaust. Rightfully, we should all be outraged about the genocide that happened and the apparatuses used. Today I talk about an existing system born out of the doctrine of discovery. And it's the same system used in New Zealand, Australia, and other parts of the world. And where I come from is located in what is now called Canada, in a province, what is now called Saskatchewan. But in my language, the lands that I come from, that I belong to, on my mother's side, Mstatechamik Sagaikan, on my father's side, Boasimo Sagaikan. And oh, here, I guess I should change this. So the Indian Act came into existence in 1876 as my people were negotiating what is referred to as the number treaties. Where I am located, it is called Treaty 6. And it still exists today. The treaty lands became our prison when the pass and permit systems were enforced illegally. Today, they're enforced illegally. And there was no freedom. Our ceremonies, our languages were outlawed. And this is a picture of the pass and permit system that existed from 1889 and on my reserve till 1959. And, you know, people think that this is all history, but the Indian agent didn't exist anymore on my reserve in 1984. In 1984, that's in my lifetime. The Indian agent dictated where I would go to school. The Indian agent would give out school supplies at the Department of Indian Affairs, and I would go there and I would go and pick them up when I was in high school. This was all in my lifetime. The Indian agent monitored all of our band meetings. They're called band meetings on the reserve that I am registered as an Indian. And this is something that we call the Indian math from the Indian Act of Section 6.1 and 6.2. I am considered a 6.1 Indian. That's what I'm considered, a 6.1 Indian. I'm considered that because my parents are both registered Indians. I have a brother that had a relationship with a white woman and they had a child. That child is considered Section 6.2. He is not a fully registered Indian. Now, remember, Germany followed a similar system. They took from Canada the very system that I'm talking about and took it to Germany to create the Jewish Holocaust. Okay? This is the card I carry. I carry it today to identify me as an Indian registered under the Indian Act. And I have to show it when I go to the hospital, to the clinics, and in certain circumstances at the stores. I have to show it, and this is in Canada. Millions of my people have died, and today the current situation is that Indian residential schools, mass graves are being uncovered. That's what's happening right now. On my people's land, on my father's land, in the one location, there's upwards of 1,500 to 2,000 graves that we are uncovering while I'm here talking to all of you. They're bounty hunters and all the other things, and what Alan referred to when their leader went to the UN, because he went there, it had a domino effect on all of us because the government changed something in the Indian Act forbidding us to hire lawyers. And that was because of that one act of one powerful man that went to the UN and the government changed it. And it stayed law under the Indian Act until approximately 1958. And then after that, we could hire lawyers. And we've been taking the government to court, and we're still taking the government to court. And even though we win, they refuse to uphold those laws. And if you don't know, if you haven't heard of the Mi'kmaq fisheries, look it up. That's because that's a complete violation of their own court decision. This act is still in force. It's still in force. I am still under the Indian Act. If I die tomorrow and I leave a will, the Department of Indian Affairs can change my will if they don't agree with it. No one else is subjected to that, but I am, and Alan is. There's just too many things to list, and I suggest that you go and research this, because it's in complete violation to the treaties that we agreed to share the land. We did not cede and surrender. We have chronic underfunding, even though we should be the wealthiest people. You see the number that's broadcast when you come in, the money owed to Indigenous peoples all over the world is accumulating. I'll give you an example. In the province of Saskatchewan, an English-speaking child is funded by the colonial government at $11,000, an English-speaking child. A French-speaking child is funded $17,000 per year. Guess how much an Indigenous child living on a reservation is funded? Throw out a number. $3,434. No reason, just no reason for it, except that they can get away with it based on the belief and the ignorance of yourselves. They can get away with it through the dehumanization and domination of brown and black bodies, and in this case, Indigenous children. They have recently agreed to fund Indigenous children at $11,000. Not even talking about the reparation of the years that they did not fund. And that's not even touching on the schools. So, Idle No More is a pushback, a resistance, a revolution against that. Today, I hope to live long enough to see the freedom, liberation, and self-determination of my people and all the Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island, including the United States. Because Canada continues to use the doctrine of discovery, lovingly called the underlying title of the Crown, in the court cases that we go up against in their colonial structures. Today, we are sitting here reaching out to you because the government and all the colonial states continue to use the doctrine of discovery and the language of domination and dehumanization. I'm a law professor and I'm articulate in the colonizer's language. I have learned to perform whiteness. This is a performance, what I'm doing with it right now. It's a performance of whiteness. And I mimic your behaviors and your language so that I'm aesthetically pleasing, so that I can speak to all of you and you may hear me. Makanihiuyan mo ikanstuhtauna, kiam tatis kau kapik skoyan. but if I spoke to you in the ancient language of the original peoples of the lands that your government colonized, you wouldn't understand me. Yet it is the first beautiful language. I don't want your pity. It's against my people's laws to pity us. And if you feel guilt, feel it and let it go, because guilt does not move the world. Idle No More was born out of the love of the lands and the waters and the animals and the air and the trees. So what I ask of you today is, I encourage you to look at my people as humans, because as it is with the doctrine of discovery, we are not considered human. We are not. I teach my first-year law students to recognize the language of domination and dehumanization. And part of that is calling us activists. I'm not an activist. Calling us protesters. Watch that language. Because when you call Indigenous peoples protesters, you're separating them from the land as if they're standing there posturing and protesting, and yet they're defending and protecting. No one in their right mind would call any of you protesters if someone invaded your home. No one. The other language of domination and dehumanization is all legal language, fiduciary relationship, usufructuary, all of that is legal language. So when you come to Canada or to the US or New Zealand or Australia, you are on stolen lands. And if you're a Canadian sitting here, you are on stolen lands. I want to leave you with a positive story. My nephew and I, they came for the trees. On my lands, they came for the trees. So my nephew and I, 3 years ago, we did a call out and no one came. So it was just me and my nephew and what family could be there, because we all had to work. And at that time, I didn't have work. So my nephew and I stayed on the land. And as they were coming for the trees, we protected the trees and we stood our ground. And they left us alone. They left the trees. So today, there's this really big section of land that still has trees, and the animals come there. I want to encourage you that you may think there's not enough of you, but all it took was my nephew and I, and we saved the trees. I hope that you will research everything that I'm saying here, because it's much, much bigger than the 15 minutes. And I'm so grateful to Richard for opening his embassy for these voices to be heard, because there's a willful ignorance and an erasure of Indigenous voices, and yet we're the ones many times in the front lines trying to protect the lands and the waters, the very things we need to sustain humanity. And yet we're the ones that are in the front lines. And I've had allies, Dr. Sheila McLean, say, if the rocks are being thrown at Indigenous peoples and you're not getting hit, you're not standing close enough. So for allies, we need you out there. Man, we're getting slammed. We are. It's getting pretty bad in Canada. There was a new law passed in Saskatchewan which gives less liability for farmers to kill us. If we have a flat tire and we drive up to their house, they don't even have to ask questions, they can shoot us. And there are many other laws. There's like the conservation officers are now allowed to carry military-style weaponry. And yet on the land, the indigenous peoples are the ones that are on the land dealing with the conservation officers. These are the things that you are not going to hear about unless you come to spaces like this. You're not going to hear these stories. We're dragged into court. I was at risk of being jailed or fined because I was given a charge similar to trespassing. And we won, but wow. Talk about dehumanization and domination. So thank you again, like for Richard and his team for opening up these spaces. They're much needed. They're needed so badly because something is going on that's really terrible. And I think that needs to be the bigger dialogue. And the reason why I mentioned South Africa and the Jewish Holocaust is both these systems took from the Indian Act in Canada, took it to their countries and used it. Yet no one is outraged about the Indian Act that's still in force in Canada, or the Indian Act that's still in force in the US. No one's outraged about that. And why is that? You need to ask yourselves, why? Why are people not outraged about that? Because it is an apartheid system. It is. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Is this working? Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. And now, so over to you. You got one?
I've hidden it away in my pocket. Could I have the clicker? Clicker? Thank you. Right. So, when I was asked here and learned that the topic was to be sovereignty on this day, I started to think, what does sovereignty mean? If you look at the slide there, you will see two names, two very different names. The first one is the name that I have because the colonial nation that colonized my homeland required us to have last names, to have specific names. The name below is my name as it is spoken in my language and amongst my people. But that is not the name on my passport. On my passport, I'm not even allowed to have the lines above the A's because it's not part of the Norwegian alphabet. And I thought, this is where I will start. Because discussing the particularities of sovereignty is always an interesting exercise. The reason being that as a word, and even more as a concept, sovereignty is ontologically ambiguous. Depending on context then, it may, and often does, mean very different things. Sovereignty as such merits some consideration. Starting from a political and legal perspective. Tied to the Westphalian state system, sovereignty as a term was initially developed in close alignment with the advance of the modern nation state, denoting the total authority of a ruling body and person within defined geographical borders. In that sense, the project of sovereignty has typically taken nationhood as its institutional currency. The mainstream view on sovereignty is, in other words, mostly shaped around legalistic and state-centered definitions. And this is a limited view, because this is an understanding of the concept that is almost impossible to apply on indigenous lands. Let's see. At the very core of being indigenous is a lack of recognition as a nation state. If we look to the International Labour Organization, ILO, Convention number 169, that pertains to tribal and indigenous peoples, the definition of indigenous is a distinctive culture descended from the populations which inhabited a country or a geographical region to which a country belongs at the time of conquest or colonization or the establishment of present state boundaries. So being defined as indigenous implies that you are not internationally recognized as a sovereign nation, meaning that we are, by very definition, homeless in our own homelands. And just to clarify, being homeless in one's own homeland is not a status or a feeling that we ourselves have defined. In truth, it is very much a sense that has been enforced upon us again and again as a response to our attempts at asserting our status as being home in our lands or our sovereignty. A good, or again, depending on perspective, a very ill-experienced example of this is last year's Venice Biennale and the work that was done in the Nordic Pavilion. As I am sure many of you are aware, last year the Nordic Pavilion was transformed into the Sámi Pavilion. A small but very important part of that process was to erase the visible traces of the nation-states of Sweden, Finland, and Norway. Our intended strategy was to remove the brass letterings of these nations from the walls, replacing them with Sápmi, the old name of our nation. This we were not allowed to do. In the response from the Biennale, it was argued that each pavilion represented a nation, and as Sápmi was not a recognized nation, it could not establish its own pavilion in the Giardini. So because the Sámi people is a colonized people, we could not represent any other nation than that of our colonizers. Of course, we refused to settle for such, and our rejoinder was that in that case, we would like to have no lettering on the walls. But again, we were disappointed by the response. Every pavilion represents a nation, and so every pavilion must be named as a nation. And I realize that our struggle perhaps may seem of little consequence to you. Does it matter, after all, what the brass lettering on the wall says? Yes, it matters. Because not having that lettering and accepting it is really representative, on the one hand, of us accepting that we are nothing more than a colonized people. And on the other, upholding the truth that we are still a Sámi nation and the people of Sápmi, regardless of what our passports may name us. Faced then with what seemed impossible to surmount, we took our inspiration from the artist Anders Sunna, who once said that art is the only voice we have left. Our solution, as seen in these images, was to disguise the names, covering them with birch panels, a collective artwork, which was our silent but very visible protest, as well as the materialization of ourselves as a nation, despite having been colonized and despite having been told that we are not. So while we may not officially, or within a Western perspective, fit the description of a nation state, make no mistake, we are still a nation, and we are still connected to the land. And this connection is vital as to how we might understand the notion of sovereignty in an indigenous setting. A basic principle in most indigenous philosophies, certainly within one that is Sámi in origin, is the understanding that the world we live in is one of relations, made up of and constituted by an infinite web of relationships that expand far beyond the humanocentric, generating ties that apply to everyone and everything, to things and to objects, to land, to waters, to spirits, and to other than human beings, a system of kinship. The world we live in and the communities that we create are collectively produced through the interactions of all these. So not only by our actions within our communities, beings that do not speak, such as luando or animals, and beings that do not breathe, entities such as Yauvri, the lake, or even Ena, the land, are equally responsible in this creation. In understanding that we all live in a system of multiple beings and entities that together form the world that we live in, has created a specific philosophy, almost an ethics, where the aim is to ensure reciprocity in all our relations. This is the golmiedakke, here represented in an aesthetic expression. This is actually one of the oldest expressions in our literary language, used to denote the duty of care expressed in understanding that you need to live your life not simply as an individual, but as part of a collective, recognizing that your acts and choices, regardless of being made at an individual level, ultimately impact on the whole. Whether you are human, or whether you are a being that do not breathe or do not speak, all are such morally sensible beings and thus capable of subjective will. The river will flow as it wills, the wind will blow as it wants, the trees will root as they choose, and the animals will walk as they please. These relations that together make up the world also make up our sovereignty. In Sámi, we have the term birgejopmi, and while it is difficult, perhaps even impossible, to give a direct translation, what it signifies may be explained as ways of managing a good life. Now, birgejopmi is a noun that describes a state of being, but as all Sámi languages are primarily verbal, meaning that they are focused on processes and development, how you reach that state is actually more important than the state itself, which brings me to the word to manage or to birget. This verb reflects that in order to have a good life and to be a valued member of the community, you must have balance in all things. In your personal life, with your interpersonal relationships, but also to the land and to the waters, other than human beings, and to spirits. This does not want to collaborate, sorry about that. If there is a Sámi word for sovereignty, if there is a Sámi word for sovereignty, than it is to Birgit, because only through Birgit may you find a way of life that encourages balance and the deep respect of a reciprocity of care between human, land, waters, animals, and entities, which is demanded of the Birgijopmi and the Golmiedahke. And so, when we as Indigenous speak on the notion of sovereignty, we speak of a highly spiritual concept applied to mean self-determination and the governance of Indigenous nations, holding rights of autonomy to our lives, our beliefs, our homelands, our cultures, and our languages. What colonization did was to divest this autonomy, beginning with the dispossession of land, followed by the dispossession of all aspects of Indigenous life, claiming property rights to people, to homelands, and to all of the relations embedded therein. It is in this tension, the place in between, that I do most of my work on aesthetic practices as processes that recognize that sovereignty is reached not within the judicial rulings of the colonizer's world, but rather in reasserting our own understandings of sovereignty as the ways of Birgit, getting to live a good life in reciprocal balance with all things. These aesthetic expressions we often find in the practice of duojji, to duojjot. Of old, duojji is a sophisticated system of knowledge, an epistemology founded in a land-based practice of creation, involving aesthetics, knowledges of materials, place and season, as well as a Sámi holistic worldview that touches upon spirituality, ethics, and the interrelational qualities embedded in the multiple worlds of creation. And here perhaps you see how the terms that I have spoken about, Birgit, Birgijopmi, and Golmiedahke, is entangled within the practice of duojji. To make duojji is always a work of many voices. It is of course the voice of the duojár, the maker. But in Sámi, we are taught that or that the voice of the material guides the work. How a piece of wood naturally curves, for instance, will always affect how you make something with it. You follow the material because to do otherwise is to subjugate the subjective will of the material. And in so doing, you create a disharmony that skews the balance of all things by subjugating the will of others. In this way, you compromise the good life and thus the sovereignty, not simply of those you force your will upon, but also your own. Of course, duojji has, in a colonial centering of the term, been defined as Sámi craft, which is a devaluation. But it also means that duojárs, those who duojjot, rarely get recognized as anything but craftspeople. Not the academics that they are within our own academia, and rarely as artists within the global art scene. And yet, some of the most successful Sámi artists have gained their success because they fluidly insert duojji into their work. And by doing so, they forge a space of sovereignty. So in answer to my topic of the day, the question of Sámi sovereignty and art, I would claim that by living life as they want the future to be, reflecting that life in their aesthetic expressions, the idea of a Sámi sovereignty becomes intrinsically linked to art, and thus art exists because artists work both towards their own, but also their community's collective sovereignty. And this sovereignty does not rely upon the colonizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was Now we've got, if you've been paying attention, children, like, are there any of you who have questions? Okay.
Thank you, that was great. I wonder if maybe Richard, you could both discuss your, going back to Venice, the pavilion in Venice, and how there was roadblocks for you trying to do something that should have been quite simple and appreciated from my point of view. I understand Richard has had, you've had experiences with the Australian pavilion, and Richard's been to Venice and done some incredible work and projects there as well. And maybe the two of you could have a brief dialogue and explain that and what it means from your end. I mean, I know you just went into it in a lot of detail, but yeah.
Oh, damn. Well, I went there because I was rejected. And I thought I shouldn't have been rejected. So I went there and I put on a project. It was something that I almost willed into being. My gallerist was, he was shitting himself for most of the time. And eventually we got it done. And my what's aim was to do something really. I was kind of outrageous. I wanted to wrap the Australian Pavilion in chains and lock every fucker out for the entirety of the Venice Biennale. And that was only because I don't deal with space very well. And the space that they have there is pretty shitty. So I thought, well, if I lock that up, that'll hide that from me. And then I'll be able to have discussions about that in an Aboriginal tent embassy, off-site. So, in that process, I needed people to talk with. So I had Alan, Sylvia, and Liisa-Rávná, and a whole host of other people. They're my go-to people. If I need to make a big impact, I surround myself with good people, and they make me look good. I know how you do it, but.
I mean, I think in hindsight, there are a kind of things I would maybe have done differently as curator. One of those things was to really reconsider what does it mean to enter the space of the Venice Biennale, because it is a space that is founded on imperialism. It is founded on colonization. And in that sense, it is also founded on the dehumanization of all indigenous peoples or people of color. And I think the importance that we place on these institutions, even today, signify something about how hard it is to overcome these structures of, well, the Western world in general. So one of the good things we did with the Biennale, or during the Biennale, was to try and build resistance in the way that we did best, which was simply to come together as people and breathe and support one another, be kind to one another, care for one another. But you have to implement those things to survive the Biennale. I don't think I will ever go back to Venice. I think I am very critical to art institutions in general because, and Tate will never hire me. I realize that, not that I've applied here, but the problem is that these institutions are founded on white supremacy. They're founded on the extractivism and exploitation of people such as us, people of color, people that are indigenous. And how will that change if we continue to conform to those institutions. It's actually funny because when I was in Venice, I had a dream and I dreamt that I was taking the ferry across to an island that was only for indigenous people. And when I woke up, that was the first time in Venice that I realized that, oh, I can breathe now, because that dream made me realize that all my time in Venice, I had felt as if I couldn't breathe. I had felt as if I was alienated, a stranger. And realistically, that's because I was. But I don't think I would want to be at home in that situation. I think I quite enjoy being what the normative defines as the margins on the outskirts. I think that's where all the cool people are, and I enjoy it there.
Is this, oh, there we go. Sorry, I just want to be selfish and just back that up, because I think that's really interesting. I had never been to the Venice Biennale before, and we read about it and we hear about it, and it's put on such a pedestal as this kind of point where all art worlds meet and everyone's equal. And I was lucky enough to go for the first time in my life last year, and I think that is the first thing I noticed. I was so aware of just how unfair it was as an institution, and yeah, I just think I'd like to back that and say that it's like, you know, I just don't think that's how it's presented, and I mean, nothing ever is, but I felt that a lot.
Well, who was it here that talked about whitewashing? Yeah, white performance. Well, performing whiteness, yes. I mean, so honestly, while I was in Venice, this was after the opening. I was sitting outside. It was sunny. And as I've been complaining all day, I hate this weather. It's too hot. I would like it to be more, you know, more chilled. The Arctic is the best place to live. And while I was sitting there, just closing my eyes, I had my sunglasses on, and I was like, kind of like having my face to the sun while my body was in the shadow. I suddenly hear a friend of mine calling my name and sounding very harsh, and like, what's happening? And I look towards my friend who comes running towards me because there is a white woman, an American woman, going around me with her camera, filming me, because what was it she said? Well, isn't this a performance? And I was like, no, I'm just sitting here, living my life. And she made such a huge fuss when I asked her to delete the film. Like, she couldn't imagine how I could have the audacity to refrain from being filmed by her, because I'm an indigenous being. I am expected to perform my indigeneity in every context I enter. We all are. And I think sometimes that expectancy of us to perform is connected to this idea of making us more abstract, shifting us in time towards a different and far away place, so people don't have to face up to the fact that indigenous people, by definition, exist only to provide, or the definition of indigeneity exists only to provide certain people with privilege. Those people, those we find here in Europe, or in what they have now termed the United States and Canada, right? I don't know. Would you join the conversation? I mean, you probably have some thoughts about this as well.
About Venice?
No, not necessarily about Venice, but just this expectancy of indigenous people to perform, like you said, on the one hand, we're expected to perform whiteness, to sort of be friendly or seem more friendly to a very white or privileged audience. On the other hand, when we go into certain, like for instance in Venice, or whenever indigenous people are brought in to do exhibitions, there is often this expectancy of them to also perform their indigeneity. We're a performance, we're a stage show, and that's kind of often what we are reduced to. Maybe I'm too critical, but I don't think so.
Well, I think, son.
Also, Tate will never hire me.
I think that art can be a form of resistance.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's what I'm, I'm speaking about my art, but my art is what hopefully is speaking. In a sort of international language in some respects, there's something in common about maybe all artwork, in that I think it jumps over some of these blockades that people have against all sorts of things. And it goes right to the heart if it's good, and the head, yeah? So, that's all.
I can relate to what you're saying, and also for Alan, there is a common language where we can reach people. But for me, after I leave from this space and I go home to my people's lands, I can let go of this performance. I can quit performing whiteness, and I go back to my people, and that's my safe space. I go back to the lodges of my people, where we sing our songs and we speak our language. But in these spaces, when I come into the different spaces that Richard and other artists managed to create, a tiny morsel of safe space, I can let go of some of certain things and speak with you to your heart, hopefully. As Alan said, that we can reach your heart and you can see us as human beings and respect that we are human beings, because right now the colonial state doesn't. And they feed that into the media, they feed that into the curriculum, they feed that into everything. We're saturated in it. You just go take a look at Netflix and you see white supremacy, where the white guy is always the hero, Avatar. And what is that teacher, you're all saturated. We're all saturated in it. And if you don't have the analysis and the critique to unpack it, you begin to believe that white straight males have all the answers, or males in general. So.
Hi, well, first of all, thank you. So it's still about the thing with Venice, like, now you mentioned, you didn't say bad experience, but like an experience you wouldn't want to repeat necessarily, you wouldn't see as bringing anything relevant. So my question would be, what are the spaces where you can do something relevant, or what are the modalities that you envisage now? Like if somebody tells you what you want to do tomorrow, how and where would you?
Honestly, for me, what I would love is someone to say to me, we have this money, we want to do a project. What do you want to do? Here. And then just step back. See, one of the things with Venice was that, in all the communications outside, talking about the Sámi Pavilion, we spoke of it as a sovereign space. And in a sense, it became a sovereign space because of our relations, because of how we connected with land and how we connected with each other. At the same time, there were put some specific regulations on us that we unfortunately had to adhere to, because that's the way the system is set up. But if I would really love to go back to Venice and to actually just have full freedom to do whatever. And I'm not saying that in the sense that, our artistic freedom was sort of restrained. That's not what I'm talking about. Right? What happened was that in some sense, yes, our artistic freedom was restrained, but artistic freedom is actually a privilege as well, because if you are fighting for your land, if you are fighting for your people's right to survive as a people, then what is artistic freedom, right? You have these basic needs in everyday life, and if those aren't met, what is artistic freedom? The thing that happened in Venice was that our basic rights as human beings were denied us by saying to us that how you recognize yourself, even as a colonized people, that's not something we will accept. We will not recognize that self-identification. We refuse that. Actually, we will impose these things on you so that you as a people will feel disengaged from the right to be a nation. That was what happened. It was an infringement of our basic human rights, and we can talk about it as artistic freedom. And that's, you know, a lot of the time we talk about art as being our voice. Or like I was saying in my opening statement, Anders Sunna was one of the amazing Sámi artists represented in the Sámi Pavilion. When he said that, art is the only voice we have left, that wasn't just, you know, something poetic to say. That was the fact of life. We are not heard in court systems. We are not heard in the judicial institutions of the world. I mean, even back, the second image in my slide where you saw a young man being carried away by the police, that happened in February. And it happened because we protested against the ongoing breach of our human rights in Norway. We protested that the government of Norway continued to allow for illegal industry, extractive industry happening in our areas, even after the Supreme Court has agreed with us. 500 days now, the government of Norway has allowed the wind industry to continue their practice, even against their own Supreme Court. Why isn't the world outraged about this? If someone infringed on the human rights of the British people, and if a Supreme Court ruling wasn't upheld, people would talk about it. In our case, the only reason the media even cared to cover it was because Greta Thunberg came to Norway and demonstrated together with the Sámi demonstrator, or the Sámi land guardians, land defenders, right? And it's something about that. It's something about how it's so easy to disregard Indigenous people as if still we are not considered human enough that we should be allowed the basic human rights. And so we have to fight for that every day. And art just happens to be one of the spaces that we can do that. And, you know, what you're talking about is a perfect example of that. What you're doing here, Richard, is a perfect example of that. It is forcing sovereignty into the world through the ways we actually can. It's just that we would wish that we could do it in the same ways that majority communities, the settler communities, could. But we aren't listened to in those areas, so we have to do it in other ways, and art becomes that place.
Can I just ask you, as artists, do you think in some ways that you tend to romanticize your struggles and your pain? So for like colonialism and everything else, like we are more in love with your artifacts or with your paintings than we are listening to what your pain is at the moment. So you almost like, you know, if we watch films, like The Lone Ranger or something I grew up with, where Tonto was your friendly sidekick. You know, we've changed it. So through art, is that actually getting to the point, or would like films today, if you were to utilize Netflix, if you were to be far more vocal, like you are here, to get to that wider audience, would that not be more powerful?
Man, no, you're like, damn, you're like, fuck Netflix. You're like, look. Oh, I am holding back, can't you tell? Look, we've been nice. We have always got to be nice. Our colonisers are very powerful. They have lots of guns, lots of aircraft, lots of artillery. Fuck, do I have to go through the whole arsenal? They have the power. What we've got here is art. And this is probably the strongest weapon that we have. Maybe the only weapon that we have. I find it really difficult to answer that question.
Well, it's not just happening in museums. I mean, we have people, our people are making documentaries. Our people are making shows that are now children's shows on PBS in the United States. I mean, it's starting to change in different, it's not only in the sort of rarefied precincts of museums. And, we're also doing public art. So I think we're in a lot of different spaces right now, but yeah, we're not in a military space anymore, but we're militant in the spaces that we're in.
Just to sorry, I just want to say something. You asked about romanticizing the struggles. Okay, so you're asking do we feel that we romanticize, that we play into a romantic image to. Well, it's interesting that you're asking that question. I would say as within the space of the art scene where I sort of move, it's about showing, it's about lived lives, it's about the reality. It's about making art from our experience and from our ways of understanding or experiencing the world. Now, if you talk about the romanticization of colonial processes, well, lady, that's on you. That's not on us as artists or whatever, right?
Oh, we have a question over to the right here. Or?
Well, it's on the left, actually.
Yeah.
Not
from where I'm looking.
I have a question to ask you all as individuals and as representatives of different Indigenous communities or groups or peoples. Can you define, from your perspective as best you can, each of you, what indigeneity means? I'm obviously interested in differences and tones.
No way to do that, because indigenous is just one state of being that demonstrates a collective experience of colonization being enforced upon us. But that's not to say that we hold the same experiences.
I understand.
If you ask me,
I need to finish my question. I'm asking if each one of you, I mean, I know Alan for many years, I've known Richard for 20 years. I don't know, I have not heard you speak till today, and it was a brilliant talk. And I know Anderson for quite a while. And I need to just understand how you define indigeneity today, here and now. I know that yesterday is different, tomorrow is different, different places is different. Speaking here today, London, in the tent embassy, how can you answer that question? So one person has said to me, no, and I accept that.
Well, I think, like Liisa-Rávná said earlier, colonisation, Indigenous peoples are nations, that have been colonised and are refused, the mantle of nationhood. right? So that's one aspect of it. I think it's a large group, maybe a large group of people who have common interests, who have common histories, have common languages. I don't know. Fuck me, I'm not a dictionary, like, but I'm trying. I tried. Like, anybody got any improvement on that?
So excuse me. So just to say, Richard, if I understand well, the difference between a person living, let's say, in the mountains in Italy, in the Val di Susa, for the last 2,000 years, and the oldest possible person connected to that land, carrying that land, and indigeneity would be the fact of having been colonized and having been overtaken by another people. That would be the difference between
Probably
those
not
kind
in the circumstances you described there. It sounded like that Italian dude was indigenous to me. So if it's been there a couple of thousand years or whatever.
No, because that person would have certain rights and the $27,000 and all that for the children. So I wouldn't say that that's indigenous. And this is where we find the very important fine line difference, I think, between extreme right-wing localisms, which exist, like Vlaamse Blok in Holland or the Lega in Italy and so on. Extreme right in celebrations of localisms and traditionality, and let's say a more internationalist alliance of peoples that have that relationship to land, but have also had to suffer the disappropriation. I mean, could that be one of the differences?
Can I say something?
Yeah. I'm leaning on my brother.
We've been on the receiving end of invasion, and we haven't invaded back. So I think that distinguishes us. But we're invading you right now.
Niengaki wihtamaten nihi oisigaasuan. Igua kispin kinohtik skitin iawama pitoski wa kiwayam indigeneity. Nigan kispinga kaskihtain ka big skoon. Igota ka big squatten.
What Sylvia said.
Sylvia, I seriously have a crush on you right now. Like, oh my God, that was so hot.
I just told her, once you learn my language, that's hot.
But also so hot. So hot. I mean, give it up for Sylvia.
This party's over, okay? But we've got 5 minutes. Oh, okay.
I just want to respond to that lady. Yeah. Ngaya gilango ngari. Ngaya daringo. Maiminga. Where I come from, my people were created on that land. Our creator is called Baimi. My country was given to us. Yeah. We never ever left that land. We are connected with everything. Yeah, we're family. And we live sustainably within that system, through hardship, through all the good times, the bad times, the whole lot. And we are one because we are family with that. We were created there. Yeah, my ancestry goes back 38,000 years to a central location, which is much more than a lot of the Europeans can talk about. And so when someone comes from England over there and plants a flag and says, this is mine, that's absolutely ludicrous, as they've done all over the world. And so when you talk about indigeneity, unfortunately, your question comes from your background, from who you are, yeah? And you're trying to understand that, right, who we are. So your problem is you have, and I don't mean to be rude, but you have been so colonized and ripped and raped and pillaged in this country and throughout Europe that you are so mixed up, you got no idea who the bloody hell you are. Yeah? And so you're looking at us from your position, your understanding of the world. You have no idea how it is that we are connected to country and how it hurts to try and have us have to justify who we are and where we come from and why we fight.
Can I say something? Ghillar, I don't think Carolyn was intended the question in that regard. I think she was more interested in a definition of indigeneity. No, well, it's a problem. You know, like we have people, for some reason, some crazy reason, who claim to be Aboriginal. For me, I'm thinking, who the fuck would want to be an Aboriginal in Australia? You know, we're at the bottom of all socio-economic indicators. You know, we are nailed to the bottom of society. You know, why do they do this? But there's something sexy about being Indigenous. You know, like, I'm sure there's lots of people asking this question. What is Indigenous and who is Indigenous?
Why do we need to explain?
I can answer that. I don't think anybody needs to explain, not even me need to explain my background or identity or problems or you know, I don't need to explain, you don't need to explain. No. It's not a question of need. Okay. It's that I come from a place on the Mediterranean, and in post-colonial theory, there is also a hierarchy. Post-colonial theory usually looks at the world from the perspective of Northern Europe, for example. And so that is an issue. So when you're from the Mediterranean, you've already been divided because the north of the Mediterranean and the south of the Mediterranean has been divided. Like this is Africa and this is Europe. When you speak of white, I think in general, you're speaking about a history of supremacy, which actually, you know, can be more British than Italian, unless we go down to the ancient Romans, who indeed were invaders and colonizers. But then you can go backwards and backwards and backwards. And so that's just to say that my question comes from being from, let's say, not the global south, but a border area, a border zone, which is a very contradictory area. The reason I ask the question is that in those border zones of Europe, there is an extreme right that is now in power and that is claiming Italianity, you know, against migrants, against people coming from the other side of the water. So it is very important for us, for me, to understand the difference. That's why it was like to understand the difference between a people that come from a place since forever, but that have been dispossessed and occupied, as opposed to an imaginary system of closing the borders because we're only Italian and, you know, Italian. That's what I was trying to do.
Hi. Can we have one last comment and then we wrap up? I had a question. Thank you all so much. I had a question. I think it's really important, Sylvia, what you were saying earlier, I think it was really powerful what you were saying about these discourses of dehumanization, and particularly surrounding protest. And I was wondering if you could say more about that, about the fight to reclaim space whilst not also, while speaking back to those processes of dehumanization, the language that's used to describe people who are defending this land.
Well, I think it's really important for all of you, and I suggest to all of you to start learning about white supremacy, patriarchy, misogyny, sexism, elitism, all these isms. I didn't take a class. I went and learned all of these systems on my own with the support of Dr. Alex Wilson, Dr. Sheila McLean, who are incredible analysts and taught me the language of white supremacy and the fact that I'm sitting here performing it because it's tiring, it is so exhausting, this performance, but I have to do it in order to access the colonizers' jobs and the colonizers' language. And it is a performance. And at the end of the day, when I exit these spaces and go back to the margins, I have to, when I leave from here, I have to go back to the apartheid system where I am forced to belong. I am forced to carry a Canadian passport, not by my consent, and certainly not with my permission. I'm forced to. You need to understand that. My lands are occupied by invaders, and I'm forced to carry that passport. Because if I do not, I will get killed or imprisoned. That's the difference between an Indigenous definition, and I refuse to be defined. I am Nihio. I belong to the Nihio Nation. And for as long as I live and to my last breath, that is who I am. Many people died so that I could be here. Many of my people, millions of them, died. And I am here. So this performance, brown and black bodies perform this in order to access these systems of domination and dehumanization. And the more aesthetically pleasing we are, the more we move up on the food chain. And if I can perform this whiteness better, I move up. And that's the way it is, that's the reality of it. And go research it, you'll see what I mean.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. It's an incredibly powerful statement to end on. Richard, do you want to say another word, or shall we?
We've been taken over.
I just want to say a huge thanks to everyone, Sylvia, Adam, Lisa, and of course, Richard. It's been a great day, and I really appreciate how draining and difficult it is to be in this space for you as well. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. And just to let everyone know, Embassy will continue until the 18th of June, and we're going to be here every weekend for additional talks, events. Monday to Friday, we're going to be screening Linglana. So thank you so much to everyone for attending. Richard, a final word from you?
I want to have some more discussions on Thursdays.
And Thursdays. Done.
See you next Thursday.
Sorry, could I just also shout out to the technicians behind the scene making everything work, right? We might not see them here, but thank you guys. You've done mwah.